not the mold! I'm still sorting out some pictures. I have so much to sort. One might think I am the Harry Potter hat. The sorting hat. Ha 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 ha. I should have sorted earlier, I know. Ay, 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 ay. Well, if I switch the scene now. Wait. Give me one more moment. Okay. Yeah. Big guy, big guy, big guy, big guy. SpongeBob SquarePants. Okay. Huh. I want to peek in, but I know. I'm so cute. Hello, Kikiriki. Kikiriki. I got the cute fresh haircut. Oh my god, I'm so loud. My Kikiriki. Hello. Twitching? What do you mean I'm twitching? I like the hair and the jacket. Oh wait, I mean actually it's like way too hot in that jacket probably, right? Surely I have a toggle for that. Yes. I've never turned it off before. Oh. Wait, what's this? Oh, I think I know what that is. Yeah, that makes it a little bit more doable in this weather. Wait, I just realized the clouds are going way too fast. Sus. Let me slow it down. Why do the clouds look like AI to me? This is a pretty old background. Where'd the clouds go? Now they're completely gone. Okay, I slowed them too much. But like... Hello? Oh, there. Oh. Oh. This room is real. I like it though. I like this room. And nice summery room. Room. So hello everybody, Kikiriki. Can you hear me well? I am back home, even though it looks like I am still having a summer splash party. Good. I am not sick. I'm not sick, don't worry. It's just need to clear my throat. Far away from the mold. Do we have to make it about that? Don't I sound like I'm peaking, bro? Don't you hear that? Ah, the distortion. I don't know. I think something was changed in my absence. I hear distortion. Even though I'm not screaming, I'm just talking loudly. Not sure. Oh, I fixed it. Oh, sorry, I think. Yeah, kind of fixed it. Skibbity. Okay. Is that good? Is that good? Yeah, the comp went somewhere else. I found the comp again. I think I sound compressed now. Skibbity. We good? We're good? Skibbity is my testing word. Do you hear the BGM? I think you do. What do you? You guys are like, I can't hear the BGM. As if it's like completely not there, and then you make me worry. What fell down? I don't know. Da-da-da. Bam, bam. How do you like that? There's a pen, yeah. I see what fell down. Yeah, I'm glad you like the outfit. I have the other one too, I think, but for now we're gonna wear these. I think the boobs look really nice in this one. And I have this, like, look at my eyebrows. When I look to the side, a bit too loud. Me or the music, right? Okay. Look at my eyebrows when I look to the side. Do you notice something? Yeah, giving you the side eye. But I mean, I can do cute faces. But yeah, I have so much to talk about in regards to the Maldives. The name of the country is forever ruined to me now because it sounds like it sounds like mold. And I don't want it to. This is so ridiculous. So I have to say, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, my immune system was able to handle it well. Perhaps I had a tiny bit of, I don't need to say it, right? But like okay, it wasn't the end of the world, but like it was still not cool. And thinking about the fact that I ate mold, the moment I think about eating mold, it's disgusting to think about. The Australian Wagyu wasn't even that good. It was mid. I'm glad I didn't pay for it. Oh yeah. So in theory I have videos, but I really need to sort out where bodies and hands are visible. So I'm mostly gonna show pictures, or pretty much only. I do wanna like sort out the videos and like compile them and make some cuts, and then maybe upload it as members only like before. Yeah. Hands? Yeah. Crazy. Who would have thought? We have hands that are totally scandalous. Where does it save this when I save it? Oh, in the FANART folder. Oops. Okay. So anyway, we'll start somewhere. I don't know. Oh, I already have like stories to tell from the airplane ride that I didn't even tell you. But this is by the way, the island, the main island where people live. They have one island where, like, okay, they have other smaller local islands where some people live, but this is like the biggest cluster of people living. I went there before because when me and Wayne went to the Maldives. Yeah, this is Maldives. When me and Wayne went to the Maldives on our way back, the seaplane was like early, but then we had like a lot of time before our real flight, so yeah, no, I think we took the latest seaplane, but they only operate during daylight hours, and then our flights were both in the late evening. 210,000 people live there. なるほどね. Yeah, and the bridge leads to the airport island. The airport island doesn't really have people living in, but it has the airport and lots of lounges. And from there, you also go onto the seaplanes and on speedboats, etc. Has some hotels. But yeah, what you see here is the island where, you know, lots of locals live. I mean, you can stay here too, but and yeah, it has beaches too. You don't really see it here clearly, but we got a little tour back in the day, and I saw it had some decent looking beaches too. But it is pretty tiny. It has some crazy huge big complexes that we drove around by. Like they're like huge square ass buildings that look like they can house per building like, I don't know, 1,000. It's hard to guesstimate, but yeah, they've got some big buildings there. Looks crazy. It looks scary against storms or tsunamis. They don't seem to have tsunami problems here. I mean, they do have the ever dooming problem of shrinking islands because of the ocean level rising. But tsunamis, I haven't heard about any tsunami issues in the Maldives. これがね、一応なんか空港の隣の島であって、ここに住んでる人がいっぱいだけど、これだけ、この島だけがちょっとビルがいっぱいある感じで、リゾート感なし、こっちだけですよ。Where is that picture? So when you fly to your resort island, you fly over a lot of other islands too, and it's quite a nice view. You see like uninhabited, like unlivable islands that I wouldn't even call an island. It's just a few sea banks randomly here and there scattered that maybe used to be livable amount of space, but then more and more the ocean levels are rising, so it's just barely even any surface anymore. This and that. And then you see some resort islands being built too, And I found one that was pretty massive that I was flying over, and I thought, oh, the whole landscaping looks really sick. And I wonder what hotel this is gonna be turned into. Look at this. I was like looking at it with my own eye. I couldn't see this so clearly. Thank you, zoom of my phone, but you can clearly see they're building it. Look at that shape. It's clearly being a resort in the making. I thought that was so interesting. Like, you bitches are still building resorts when in 80 years you're fucking going under? But okay. This must be a big budget one. Uterus? Is that a man-made island? I'm sure there was a base and then they added sand to shape it like that, because that looks too mirrored. That looks very mirrored. The shape looks very purposeful. こうやってなんか新しく作ってるリゾートも見かけちゃったよ。気になるな。I feel like if I googled this picture, if I Google image searched it, I would find out which one this is. This looks like legit like a big ass project from a big name resort. It's so symmetrical. Whole place looks super artificial. This one looks, yeah, the shape is very artificial. But generally they seem to always, like, you know, find pieces of land that they can work with. I don't think they completely out of nowhere, like, I mean, there has to be some base, so it's not completely unnatural. This image shows an aerial view of Fei du Finol, a luxury resort island, but it's not done, right? Let me see. Eh? Are you sure? Huh? Chinese firm drops out of resort development. Wait, I think there's something that's done with a similar name. It doesn't look like this one though. But this one, I think the one that I'm looking at. Oh no, is this fucking abandoned? They transferred the leasehold rights for Kafu Atoll. An announcement informed the Ministry of transferring the leasehold rights. The island previously used by the police welfare company was leased to a Chinese company for 50 years at an acquisition cost of about $4 million US. Eh? That sounds hella cheap to me. I mean, it was empty land, surely, but is that cheap? That sounds cheap to me. Yeah, for... I mean, again, it's like, how much land was there really before they started landscaping it? The lease agreement for 4.1 hectare island was originally signed until 2066. The ministry would rake in over... The project would rake in over $70 million US was the estimate. You wish. The island is yet to finish development. While it was slated for a 2019 release previously, it was supposed to be finished in 2019. Bro, it's so abandoned, so sad. Why is nobody picking this up? This already has a great base, bro. Maybe because they know that Maldives is gonna be all gone. RIP. It's barren land and not easily reachable. Well, I mean, that's every island in the Maldives. No, but they already got some much going. You don't have to scrap all that. You can continue. Bro, give it to me. Give it to me. Instead of having it be a waste. Anyway, that was just something I was curious about. Now we know. I feel like I had this information before. I feel like almost I've seen this one before. Anyway. Let me get my phone. For the tensions. I would start like chronologically, but it will start with complaining, I think. But I mean, when am I not complaining? Am I right? I mean, it's not. I wouldn't straight up say complaining. I'm aware that I have no right to complain about what I'm about to complain about. Okay. So I booked my flight to the Maldives. Not as early as I would have hoped. And じゃあ今から脱線するよ。But that gave me a feeling of the flight being pretty empty. And like it was really empty considering how little time there was left, maybe a month before my flight. I don't know. No, was it even a month? I know it's like I booked it like a day or so after I got my credit card usable. You guys probably have dates on that. Let me pour some tea. I got some tea because I think with all the talking I'm gonna be doing, I'm gonna need to. Oh no, soothe my throat. Okay. Got no honey though. I'm gonna spill the tea. I didn't pick seats until check-in. No, not really. No, not really. The flight stayed. Thank you guys for the super chats, by the way. Oh, and happy Lunar New Year. Yay. They were having like a Lunar New Year like decorations all over our resort too. Yeah. And on the main island, on the airport island too, I saw like we drove by like another Chinese construction site. They were building some big apartment complexes on the airport island, and they had the like decorations too. They take that seriously. They take their Lunar New Year seriously. I sound really airy and peaky. What? No, I was peaky before. I don't sound airy. No. I can't deal with this right now. Let me tangent. Okay. I will crash out. But I fixed something for you, or I had RBF fix it. I was like, RBF, can you make the mic less wobbly? Thank you. That's not so wobbly, and I can like move it. Oh my god, and it's like actually sticking more nicely to the hand, to the arm, and he switched the XLR cable back to the one that I originally had replaced because we had problems with that one. Somehow this... I don't even... Whatever, let's just say things are better. I don't even want to talk about it. Things are like somewhat better for now, okay? Shut up. I don't understand. Is that just tight? Yeah, I mean, he tightened the screw and... I mean, no, but besides that, an XLR cable was changed to an older one that I had replaced before because that one had issues, and seemingly now it doesn't have the issues. What the fuck? Whatever! We're talking about the airplane. I don't know how far I get with my tangents today, but it's okay. I shouldn't tell everything anyway because we eventually... I mean, it might take a real long while because the girls One of the girls was like, I'm not available for a collab stream until 27th February or March. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's a long time. Okay, I need to get this out now. Okay. Oh, I can't believe I was able to hold back. There's 2 crazy tangents about my airplane ride, and I'm surprised I was able to hold back on telling you about both of them. Should I spill the tea now? I wish I could drink my tea. It was still hot. Okay. So let's start with the one that you're gonna understand and relate, not relate, but like you're gonna get it, and the other one will just be me complaining. No, wait. I started with the okay, the beginning of my tangent that I started earlier. We'll set it aside. So I was in the airplane, and our plane takes off to the Maldives. It's a direct flight, right? Cool. Thanks, Austrian Airlines. Love you. It's a direct flight. It should have been a 8-hour flight, I think, to get there, and it's like a 10-hour flight to get back. And what? I've shown more skin before. Don't be so shy. Welcome back from Brazil. What the fuck? Directly, yes, hell yeah. Hell yeah. In the peak season, we have direct flights. Unlike Japan, poor JP members. I think they also don't have direct flights from ID either. I think. Oh, maybe they do. Maybe they do. They're pretty close actually in distance. But it probably depends on which season too. Anyway, what was I saying? Okay, we take off. I'm getting comfy. I'm getting ready for being served some food. I'm watching the paper. They had the paper, the Office spin-off show, the full first season. I'm guessing there is no more seasons besides that right now. But I watched the whole thing on the airplane. It was quite fun. It was pretty decent. I mean, it's decent enough for a little comfy watch. Yeah. Yeah, they have one single recurring character that was in the OG. What's his name? Oscar? The gay guy? His name was Oscar. Yeah. He was like super traumatized. It was so funny, like they brought in the cameras and he acts like super traumatized, like, no, not again, no, I didn't agree to this, no, leave me alone, don't film me, no. That was real. That was so real. Legitimate reaction. I mean, if that was like a real thing you experienced, if The Office was real, yeah, understandable reaction. Okay, so 30 minutes after our takeoff, what do you think happened? What do you think happened? Plane crashed? Would I be here right now? Would I be here? There was an announcement. Announcement. Not the good kind. It said, just out of fucking nowhere. Right? I was wondering why they weren't starting to do anything in terms of food or drinks. I was wondering. 30 minutes after my flight has departed and is in the air, they say, And we're flying back. We're flying back. We're gonna fly back now. And I was like, what the fuck? What? No. No. No, what? No. They said one thing. They said, we're flying back because the weather radar isn't working and we have to go check it because it's too dangerous. We need it. Well, understandable. They fly back, but they're not giving any more info than that. Besides, like, I would have liked to know how likely is this to be fixed within a reasonable time. Are we gonna get kicked out of the airplane, or do we wait inside, or what's the chances of us flying today? Anyway, I think my flight was at like 4 p.m. ish, like in the middle of the day. So I thought, like, hopefully I can still fly, but I was panicking, and like nearby, like I asked one of the immediately after this announcement, and steward attendant walked by me, and I was like, sorry, just can you just tell me, are we gonna have to leave the airplane? And she's like, we don't know anything about that yet, so no information shared. And I was like sitting there so anxiously because I was wondering, I mean, all of these people are like on honeymoon and shit, and you know, all of these people are excited for their vacation. What if we can't fly today? Huh? Yeah. I was like alone, sitting there, like losing my mind. I was like, yabe. Now the thing is that I was gonna be alone on the first day/night, but I would have had a whole day to myself, and I was kind of excited for that. It wasn't originally the plan. The plan was originally for us to be together the first like 5 nights or 4 nights, and then they would leave, and I stacked on 2 more extra nights for myself because I thought that's too short. I don't want to leave that early. So, but then like they didn't get a flight that came in early enough. They came in on that first day, same day as me. Just I was gonna come in at like, I think 8 a.m. and they were gonna, yeah, my nose is a bit stuffy. They were gonna come in at like 11 p.m. And as I said, there's only daylight seaplanes. They don't fly after daylight, so I think the last ones are at like 5 p.m. Yeah. I hear the cat toilet turning. So I remember that and woke you up knocking on your door. Not like that. That's not how that's not how that was not how they arrived. I welcomed them. I was very much awake and welcomed them in the morning on the arrival deck. Anyway, so I was losing my mind. I was really looking forward to being there on time and having the whole day to myself and like settling in and preparing everything, like the whole streaming setup ahead of time so that it looks all done and professional, and I was hoping to test it. And yeah, I was just really excited, having the first day to myself, value for my buck. And then they land, and up until the landing, still no new info, but like near 2 seats around me, 2 rows in front of me, diagonally across me, there was like this couple sitting who was apparently the parents or so of one of the attendants. And so the attendant kept on coming over to them, and like probably sharing more insight with them than they did with anybody else of us. And I wish I was trying to hear it because I needed to calm down. It was making me so anxious. Just anything like from your I would have just liked to hear from their experience how often this happens and how quickly it usually gets resolved. If it's a one-day thing or a few hours thing, and then they're getting like special info and I can't hear it. What you saying? What you saying? No, I couldn't Google it. There was no internet. We were in the air, but I was turning on my mobile data to get get internet as soon as possible. So while I was still in the air, like 1,000 meters in the air or so, I was able to get internet from my mobile data. Yeah, but I was surprised like everybody else was so fucking calm. I didn't see everybody constantly asking the attendants for information or anything. Everybody just was so fucking calm. Huh? How the fuck are you guys staying calm? Huh? What? How are you guys staying calm? Huh? My nose is so stuffy. I was like, what? Okay, so they arrive and I'm immediately like, you know, messaging all my friends like, what the fuck? You guys won't believe what's happening to me right now. Trying to get their soothing words. And yeah, we stayed in the airplane and the technicians came in. And so basically they said, we'll let the technicians come in and see if they can like fix it, you know, in a reasonable time while you guys are still in here. So they gave us some snacky and they gave us a drinky. The thing is, like, my friends, they were like communicating with me and they were also you know, pizza friend who gets into everything really, really passionately. He was like very interested. He was like, oh, what airplane are you sitting in? And then he looked up how many airplanes of that type Austrian Airlines like owns and how likely it is that I could change the plane. Like, but it turns out, yeah, he's such a hyper fixated friend. But I think there was only 6 that Austrian Airlines owns, and chances are they're all being used. So he was like doom posting. But then I googled about the weather radar, how common this issue is, and you know, and turns out it's like relatively easily fixable. So I undoomed him. He was like, oh, okay. Oh, well, that's nice. And so I undoomed myself before they undoomed me officially. But yeah, after like 30 minutes, they told us, or like after 40-ish minutes, they told us, yeah, looks fixable. We'll take an hour. So, oh no, like after 30. So we were in the air 30 minutes. We flew back, took another 30 minutes, I think. Until we landed, then pretty quickly they told. I think a total hour delay was like 2 hours, maybe a little bit more. Which, however, that caused the issue of I couldn't fly the originally intended seaplane, and the following seaplanes were probably all planned out, so I had to wait until one became available with a space for me. So I ended up at the island, at my island, at my destination, a few hours later than intended, but honestly fine. It was like 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. or so, I don't know. Not too bad. Not too bad. Still had a whole day ahead of me. Yeah, but I was eepy. I was so eepy. So this is an interesting tangent about, oh my god, it was I almost couldn't fly to the Maldives on the day I intended to. Because I literally, I was like thinking, what the fuck? Am I supposed to, like, what if we can't fly today? And like, eh? But then, I was already like having millions of thoughts, but it was okay. And then the other tangent, airplane related tangent, will be me complaining. Here's the tea. So like I said, when I booked... Yeah, I didn't want to lose a day because also, like, the other girls missing out on the first night is already bad enough. I didn't want to miss out on it either. Because we weren't going to get a refund for that. And you know how expensive this room was. Eject cat hair. Damn. Okay. So I was monitoring. I was like, okay, when I was booking it, it looked really, really empty. And I didn't want to, like, there were almost, it was a free for free in the economy, right? And there was premium economy available, but I thought if economy is this empty, in Austrian Airlines premium economy, you cannot move the armrest. So even if the seat next to you is empty, you can't do the cool thing of lying down on both of them. Because there's these huge, chunky armrests. So I thought, you know what? I'm gonna book economy, save money, and lie down there. Way more comfortable. It looked like it was really possible. At the time I booked, there was like 80% of the seats was still available. Empty. And almost all of the 4-seater rows were completely empty. The few bookings that it already had was in the 3-seater rows. However, I thought I'm not gonna immediately go for a 4-seater row because I still expected to, like, fill up a little bit, right? But what I find, like, imagine, okay, you're booking it as a couple. 99% of the people book it as a couple. And you see one person in a 3-seater. Are you gonna sit next to them? Or with your couple selves? Or would you rather choose in a 4-seater where there's one person sitting? You know, like, I think people would choose the 4-seater because there's still more space. Ideally, they would choose a seat where there was no one sitting, obviously. But in case it fills up a lot more, I think then they would pick the 4-seater. Because there's still a chance that there's at least one seat between us that's gonna stay empty. I feel like humans would do that. So I was like, therefore the chances should be higher that I'll keep the row to myself if I choose a 3-seater. So I booked it, but then every week I kept on checking in if something changed. The first week was safe. The second week, it was filling up a little bit. It was like maybe now 60% empty, 40% taken. Still crazy. It was closing in. 1 week before the flight, it was looking really good. It was still looking so empty. I had to change my seat, actually, surprisingly, because my row wasn't alone anymore. But I think it was actually, yeah, a solo traveler, surprisingly, like, chose the same row as me with a seat in between us. I was like, the fuck? Fuck off! Yeah, I was still able to change. But there were still so many empty seats. I think there was even another 3-seater that was empty. So I was like, why the fuck? What? Why did you choose to sit next to me and not in that empty 3 seats? You fucking idiot! So I changed my seat to that. Yeah. To the empty 3-seater. 2 days later, I look again. And okay, there's a fucking couple. This is like the day before the departure at this point, I think. And in the last 4 days, it was really raking up. Like, there was so many more seats taken. And instead of how it was originally, surprisingly, it had really filled up in a short time. Muna! Hi, Muna! Oh, sexy! Hi, Muna! I'm talking about my Maldives trip now. Your new music video is so cool. Nice too. New music video, but the song, I already knew it. Yeah, there are a bunch of seats. Why are you choosing mine? So, what was I saying? So all the free seats at that point seemed... It's not gonna happen. But there were still several full 4-seater rows empty. So I was like, okay, fuck it. I gotta do it. I can't. I was like trying to be humble by choosing a free seater. Thank you, Muna. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I was trying to stay humble. I didn't want to hog a 4-seater row out of humbleness. Huh? But also because I thought the chances are high that somebody's gonna sit there with me. But I thought, okay, at the end, the 4-seater row is still there, so I'm gonna fucking take one of those. This is mine. So I chose the very, very last row and the most furthest backest of the airplane. And I chose one of the middle seats of the 4-seater row. The one in front of me was also empty. And the one before in front of that was like moderately empty. And yeah, there were still a bunch more choices for other people. So I thought, why would you choose to sit next to me? On the day of the flight, I also kept on checking. I refused to check in online so that I could still flexibly change the seat. Eventually, when I was checked in and in the lounge, I checked with the lounge people. I was like, are the seats next to me still empty? And they're like, yeah, you're good. So I was so careful. I was monitoring it so properly. Then it's time to check in, to get into the flight, to board. I board, and the moment I board, I asked the attendant, and I'm like, I checked like 10 minutes ago, but are the seats next to me still empty? And she checks, and she's like, yep, nobody is gonna sit here next to you or in front of you. Both of these rows are empty. But like, even besides this, like, all the free seaters were also looking pretty like airy, like here and there. The free seaters, they were all taken by couples, but they had a seat empty next or in between them and so on. So it's still not so bad, you know. Everybody has their territory, you know. So I'm starting to like spread out on my 4-seater. All good. We take off, then we have the thing with the they flying back. But the 2 seats in front of me, there was this like family with seemingly like some grandparents and a dad and his daughter or so. And they took up they spread out to go in front of the 4-row seater in front of me. I was like, no problemo, as long as you're not coming to me, because I'm enjoying my time here. I'm planning to sleep in this airplane. So then we land back in Austria after, you know, the announcement, and still I'm chilling. I got this to myself. I was really happy. We take off again. We fly high. Then we have the first meal service. I'm still alone. Meal gets taken away, gets cleaned up. I'm watching the paper. By the way, I'm a bit spread out. I had like stuff to my left. I was sitting in the middle seat. The 2 right-hand seats to me are empty, but I have like stuff a little bit spread out, you know. And I took all the pillows. I took every pillow. I took all the 4 pillows. I put them to my left. right? Can you imagine? 2 seats next to me empty, left seat next to me empty. I'm sitting in the middle. I put them all to my left so I can put my head there eventually. In a fucking moment, I was about to lay down because the meal was gone. I put all the 4 pillows there. I'm like, my leg is already like on the right-hand seat. People after the meal service are starting to go to the toilet, right? It's like a little bit lined up. Like 2 people waiting. Another person, a guy. A pretty big guy. Big guy. SpongeBob SquarePants. He goes to the toilet there. And he like stands in front of the line for a moment. And then he looks at my seats. He looks at my seats and he asks me in English. So pissed off, man. He asked me in English, is this seat free or empty? And so what I'm assuming in the situation, oh yes baby, is that he just wants to sit down for a moment while he's waiting. You know, he doesn't want to stand around for the toilet, right? Can you kind of get the vibe? Like, that was literally the vibe that I was getting. So I asked to confirm that. I was like, for now? You know? For now? Like, as in, like, you want to sit down temporarily because you're waiting to get into the toilet? I didn't say that whole sentence, but I asked for now. And he's like, yeah, for now. I'm like, yeah, I guess, yeah. So he sits down on the aisle seat there, leaving 1 seat between us. And I'm like waiting. I'm waiting, but like he doesn't even immediately. The moment he sits down, he leans back the seat and he opens the blanket, and I'm like, no fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. But immediately I assert dominance because I was literally about to lay down. So immediately I panic, I assert dominance. I put my full legs up, put my feetsies all the way over to him so that he does not spread out anymore. And I was trying to give the energy of fuck off. I'm like immediately laying down to signal him I'm about to sleep here, bro. And I was wondering, how long is he gonna stay? Like, So I think there was a misunderstanding. My for now is like, you know, like temporary for now. And his for now was like a I don't know. Wait, I already forgot the logic behind this in my brain. But he meant forever. I wanted to ask him, like, how long are you staying? That was literally in my brain the whole time. I was like, how long do you intend to stay here? But I couldn't ask it. I couldn't do it. Yeah, like, yeah, fuck. No, I think there can be different like meanings too for now, like currently or whatever. It's hard to explain. Fuck. It was ruined. I could still lay down, but my feet had to be angled. If I had 4 seats, I could have stretched out. I was so close to greatness. Despite anything saying no. No, the thing is, like, I couldn't, like, because the seats don't belong to me. I couldn't say that. It's not available, not empty. I couldn't say that because I would be pissed if somebody said that to me too, I think. And they don't belong to me. And I mean, I really thought he was only gonna sit temporarily to not stand around stupidly. It was still better than what I would have gotten in premium economy, yeah. I swear, if I laid down 2 seconds earlier, it wouldn't have happened. Could have acted like I was sleeping. And yeah, they're not empty if I laid down. That's the thing. I think if I already was laid down, he wouldn't have asked. And I only said yeah because I really thought he was gonna sit there temporarily. So this whole time I'm thinking, where the fuck is your girl? You come here spontaneously and spontaneously sit down. He didn't even like go and check with his girl first. I was like, where the fuck did he come from? He didn't even bring anything. I was like, is your girl aware you just left and aren't coming back? I was trying to figure out in my brain what the situation is. Did he have a fight with his girl and it was awkward to sit next to her, and so he was looking for, you know, some place to chill for a while for it to cool down and then he will go back? Or I don't know, maybe he has a kid with him and that kid is being fucking noisy so he wants a little break? Or what's happening? What's happening? He in fact never went back until meal service after 6 hours. This whole time I was like, his presence made me so like, I don't know, I couldn't calm down. I had a hard time sleeping. I was just constantly thinking, when is he leaving? When is he leaving? When is he leaving? Yeah, I was like, for now it's fucking long. An hour later, 2 hours later, what did for now mean? Misunderstanding? Fuck. I was so sad. I almost had the perfect flight. I mean, besides us flying back once, but like 4 seats to myself. I was calculating everything so perfectly. I was changing seats until the last minute and it was going so well. Oh man. And then he just fucking leaves. And I look at where he's going and I see that he has a free seater with his girl, which means he did this and it's nice. If I was his girl, I think I would have been very happy that he left, because that way she had a full free seater to herself instead of just sharing a free seater with her boy. And I still had a free seater, yeah, but he took my 4-seater and turned it into a free seater so that his girl could have a free seater to lay down. Yeah. Nice of him. Selfless of him. Yeah, because his girl wants to lay down. Like, yeah, I think it's reasonable, of course, from his position, but he's ruining my 4-seater. He's ruining all the work I put in. And it could have been avoided if I laid down 2 seconds earlier. Wow, this sounds like nothing. No! I had pain in my legs because I had cramps. Not as bad as if I couldn't have laid down at all, but see, I knew some of you would be like, lobster too buttery or whatever. That I've been hearing this recently. Fuck you. But I know I have no right to complain. That's why I'm saying. Like, I didn't even originally turn him down to sit down because I have no right to the seat. I know that, but think about it. I could have had a 4-seater. If you were in that position, you tall ass guys. I know you tall ass guys. Even if you're short ass guy, you're probably around my height, and you would have still appreciated it, because a 3-seater is just not enough. A 3-seater is just not enough. I know it's a first world problem, but it could have been really fucking awesome. I could have had a business class experience here. I don't even need lobster. I hate lobster. I just don't want people near me. Same. Like, for real, his presence made me so nervous. Yeah. I still had it good, I know that. But I was so annoyed. Yeah. No, I know he didn't do anything wrong. I just wish he would have left earlier. He just did it to make his girl happy. But he killed my vibe, yeah. He made his girl happy by making me unhappy. Fuck that guy. I was so mad. Yeah. Could have said no. Yeah, no, I would have maybe tried saying no if I understood what his "for now" meant. Maybe. Like, if he would have said for the rest of the flight, I would have said... even then, I think... Because I know I don't have a right to hog all these seats. I would have still been like... I probably wouldn't have had the courage to say, no, I want to like keep this to myself. See, I'm just that good of a girl. I'm such a good, like, selfless... Ego isn't even my song, man. I don't have a big ego. You know, I was really thinking about, like, saying, actually, I was gonna lay down if he would have stated his intentions. That was circling in my brain, for sure. But it was too late anyway. It was a misunderstanding. Yeah, I mean, like, what would you think if he, like, in that situation, wouldn't you also have interpreted the, for now the same way as me? I was like, for now? He's like, for now. For, like, now until the end of the flight. But I thought he's just, you know, because of the line in front of the toilet. Like, I would have liked to sit down too, probably, instead of waiting in line for the toilet. Yeah, you would have interpreted it the same way, right? Yeah. Fuck. Anyway, okay. I should probably start tensioning about things that actually happened in the Maldives. Yeah. Who of you guys would have actually, like, been like, once you understood the situation, who of you guys would have been like, nah, these seats, I'm taking them for myself, thank you. I will lay down on all four of them. Who would have actually attempted to keep them to yourself? You? Let's go. I would move to sit next to his guy. Oh my god, that would be so insane. I don't have the courage, me neither. Me? Not gonna lie. Really? Wow. Wow. I would have tried farting to get him to leave. I was thinking that too! I was like, how can I make this uncomfortable for him? I was legitimately trying like this psychology. By immediately laying down, I was signaling him that I want to sleep comfortably, right? And I was trying to make him notice that I am so comfortable here, and he's obviously so uncomfortable because he was really struggling to sleep. I noticed he was struggling so hard to sleep. He was trying to get comfy, but he really couldn't. He was doing the thing where he tries to like sleep on the food tray thing, but like because he was so tall, he couldn't even bend over like properly. Like even I can't really use that as a sleeping platform, but he was like really suffering. I noticed, so I was like, how about you just fucking go back? Look at how comfy I am. Look at how uncomfortable you are. I think you would be more comfortable with your girl by like taking the free seats together and like cuddling, you know? I really think so. I was trying to send signals like, look how I was trying to sleep like by exuding this comfy energy, but so as to psychologically make him even more uncomfortable, make him realize how uncomfortable he is, so that he just goes back where he might be slightly more comfortable. Well, he never did. You should have gotten their 3-seat row and they share your 4-seat row. That's also interesting. But I fought hard for this 4-seat row. Okay. Why is my nose so stuffy, bro? Yeah. So. So I arrive. And yeah, I get to the big ass villa that is for all of us, but I get it all alone for the first night. And I don't even know where to start, man. But yeah, I arrived. What was the first? I got some lunch. It was so fucking hot. The lunch. So there were like several, like maybe 5 restaurants on the resort, and 3 of them lunch was possible to be like free and include, because I had full board. I booked full board, so it was breakfast, lunch, and dinner included. And for all of for lunch and dinner, you can get a starter, a main, and a dessert. But I never made the most of it because I don't eat that much. It's fucking huge portions. So anyway, there was a breakfast buffet restaurant that also served lunch and dinner. Then there was one like bar thing by the pool that was only doing lunch. And then there was a place that was doing lunch and dinner. So 2 options for lunch, 2 options for dinner, 1 option for breakfast. Get it? And there were more restaurants, but those are not included in full board, so we would have had to pay extra. So I never went to those. Yeah, because it was already most expensive. フィンランドとフィリピン絶対に間違えませんよ。余裕すぎる。全然違う。いや、あまりにも違いすぎるよ。それは簡単すぎるレベル。Asking me if I would mistake Finland and Philippines. Absolutely not. I'm surprised you remember so many details about everything. I take notes. Will you stream this week? I'm streaming right now. Oh, but I didn't make the schedule yet. I wanted to, but I was enjoying some cat quality time and I was doing some work too. I had a rehearsal for the stream that we have later this week with the cute Korean girls testing their software again, etc. I'm streaming right now. So anyway, yeah, I immediately had lunch, but it was so hot. So all the lunch places were like out in the open pretty much. There was no AC. It was like covered, like there was a ceiling, but it was open, so it was so hot. It was always suffering to have lunch because it was so hot. Sometimes when we had lunch, we would like jump into the pool right next to the seating and then come back out and continue eating and then jump into the pool again. Especially me and Raden did that. エアコンないのつらい。基本的にあったけど、そのランチできるレストランはなんかちょっと外にある感じでね、なかったんだよな。だからランチが一番きつかったな。Yeah, it was so hot during lunch. Like in the morning and in the evening, it was like totally bearable to eat outside without air conditioning. But yeah, during the day, fuck. But yeah, I had the lunch and then I went into my room and I started setting up things. I think I had a little nap too. And then, yeah, I failed at having the Twitter space. I was really disappointed at the whole internet situation. I had people come in to like give me the LAN cable, then we connected it. And then they had to like, somewhere in their settings, they had to give me the permission. They had to like... My IP had to be, how to say, like, I don't know, unlocked or whatever
for me to really be able to use it. And then that took a while, and then we did speed tests. I did speed tests, and I was like, hey, this is not so doable, haha. But at the time, the upload speed was like 4 Mbps, which was, I said, whitelist, yes. Yeah. And I think I've streamed with 4 Mbps before. But then I didn't notice right away that the 4 Mbps were not stable. They would easily, especially if I would start streaming, they would go down to 0 Mbps. So, yeah. So I was like, can we raise this a little bit? And then they raised it. Took them a while. They had to unlock that too. It was cool that they had the possibility, but even after they raised it, only the download speed was raised. It went from like 10 Mbps to like 80, which in theory is really good, but that was also not stable. That seemingly after they left, that was reset. I swear, like it never gave me that huge 80 Mbps ever again. I was never able to finish downloading Enfield on my laptop. Yeah. It just went back to the OG. Like when I did a speed test the next day, it was not 80 anymore. It was down to 10 again. ネット使いたかった、配信したかったけど全然なんかもう使えなくて。Happy Lunar New Year. Why is like today the actual day? Hasn't it? I feel like Lunar New Year, I never know when it is. It's like going on for a while. To be fairy on an island. Well, but I originally, when I went to the Maldives with Wayne, I didn't expect it to really be good enough to stream. Necessarily, I was prepared for it not to work, but then it worked. It was pretty fine. And then the follow-up vacation with Narissa, it also worked. I was again surprised. And then at that point, I was like, okay, seems like generally it's doable. But then this one, my luck streak ended there. Yeah. Starlink. I think it was Starlink. People kept on bringing up Starlink. I'm not sure what exactly that is, but I think in the speed test it said Starlink. Wasn't this resort more expensive? It was cheaper than what the first one that I've been to before would be now at the same time, at the same season. I will say, like, the booking 2 smaller water villas would have been cheaper than booking the big family villa. But the reason I booked the family villa is because more people would have their own room. Like, if it was 2 water villas, their own bed, I mean, everybody would have their own bed. If it was 2 water villas, the smaller ones, then we would split up in couples. Nobody would have their own bed. But I really liked the idea of having my own bed, and then I figured the others would appreciate it too. So with the family villa, everybody had their own bed. There were 2 double beds and 2 single beds, and the double beds each had their own room. There was like 1 master bedroom that, even though I arrived first, I was so selfless. What the fuck? Ego isn't even my song. I was so selfless. I was like, I'm gonna give this master bedroom that has its own walk-in closet and its own bathroom with bathtub. I'm gonna leave that to Ruboko senpai because she's the most senpai. Then I will take the smaller double bedroom. And Ririka and Laden, they're like so close. I'm sure they would be fine with the 1 room that has 2 single beds in it. Yeah, so considerate of me. So I did it by senpai order. So what, is Starlink supposed to be good? Chonker's making cute sounds. I'm surprised she's sleeping on the table next to me here. Like on the table. Why are you here? They miss me so much, I can really tell. It's supposed to be, but it's bad. It's supposed to be for remote locations. Oh. Oh, it's from Elon Musk. It's supposed to be, but in reality it's not. Naruhodo? I don't think it resort. No, I think it said it. Like I was using Ookla speed test, and I think it said something about Starlink. But could be wrong. Could be remembering it wrong, but like genuinely it was bad. 300 Mbps would have been fine. He streamed Path of Exile with it. Ah, was that like a promotional gig? Naruhodo. I think, I don't know, like it probably still had something to do with, like, I feel like they probably, like in their office or whatever, they probably have better internet, but they just couldn't get it to work properly in my room. Such as many other things that they couldn't get to work properly in my room. But anyway, you know, so our family villa had everything. Previously, in the first trip I went to, I had a water villa, but our water villa didn't have a pool. Lobsters to buttery. But I was totally fine with that. I thought I want to go into the water from like the ocean anyway. I don't need a pool there. And it would have been a lot more expensive to get a water villa with a pool. Yeah. So I was so far, I was always making like compromises in the rooms I chose. The time I went with Narissa, I told her the special thing about the Maldives is the water villas, but I already had that. If you want to experience that, we can do it again. But I think in this resort, the beach villas also look really nice, and they're cheaper, and they come with a pool. So what do you think? So she also was like, I don't need a water villa. This beach villa looks nice. So she trusted me. So then the compromise was not having a water villa, but instead I had a pool on the beach. And that beach villa was really nice. So this time I made no compromises. I had my own room, I had my own bed. We were on the water, and we had a pool. And the pool was super, super, super pretty. And every night, the pool was lit up differently, I think. It was fascinating. Let me show you. I only took this picture of the first night. I didn't notice this during the day that it could do that. But there were some sparkles in the pool. And wow. Do you see, it's like a little bit of a whirlwind formation. Yeah. It was so sparkly. It looks way more sparkly IRL. But I could capture it quite well here. It was like magical. Like I came back after dinner and I see this and I'm like, oh, that's so pretty. I'm so excited for the girls to see this tomorrow. And then the next day, like I kept it secret from them the whole time. They were already impressed by the villa. And then I was excited to like tell them in the evening after we get back from dinner. I would be like, hey, come over, look at the pool. And then they would be like, oh my god, so pretty. Because I didn't know yet. It would be different on the next day. The next day it was still lit up, but it wasn't like this. And this was prettier, I have to say. The next day it was so different. I was like, how do they do that? How were they even able to make it so different? But yeah, it was really pretty. Lasers? Maybe lasers. Because it didn't look like these sparkly thingies anymore. めっちゃ綺麗。毎晩なんか違う光り方してた。Yeah, this was a really nice pool. It was pretty long. And it wasn't like ice cold or anything. So that was good. It was pretty refreshing. And usually the ocean was like a little bit warmer. Slightly warmer than the pool. But not like warm. It was just cool, but not uncomfortably cool. I never had issues really getting into the water. Normally I'm quite the chicken. But yeah, I was enjoying my first day there, being alone. I felt a bit awkward being alone at lunch and dinner. Yeah, but I made sure to tell everybody, oh yeah, I'm alone today, but I have friends coming in tomorrow. Yeah. I made sure to let staff know that I'm not a weirdo, I'm not a loner, I have friends, they're coming tomorrow. Yeah, and I made sure to like keep in contact with the girlies about when they're arriving, and I was helping them out. Like when they said that their flight is so late, I was like, oh girls, you will have to book another hotel room, because they arrived like at 11 p.m. right, and that way you don't get off of the main island. You can't leave it. I mean, you can go to the local to the connected island where the locals live, but yeah, you're gonna have to book another hotel. So yeah, I instructed them with what to do. I also like helped them out with like there's like this thing you have to fill out when you fly to the Maldives beforehand. You should fill it out, and then you get a QR code, and I helped them fill it out. I was like, you know, making sure everything goes well. コラボ投稿はやるつもりだけど、なんか先輩が時間取れなさそうでしばらくできなさそう。なんか結構時間かかりそう。みんなでできるまで。なのでちょっとお待ちください。Making sure it goes smoothly. Yes. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. I felt awkward, but it was relaxing to be alone on the first day. I got this experience now for the first time how it is to be in the Maldives alone. And I also had asked, I think I said this during a Twitter space, but I had asked one of the staff if they ever have people coming alone, and this guy was like, yeah, we sometimes we do. And just last week we had an Australian lady staying for a whole week on her own. I was like, huh. And that really changed it for me a bit, like the way I look at it. I was like, I mean, of course, here and there would be people that go alone. But I had to hear it from someone. And now I feel like I might even be a little bit more open to considering it myself. But it's still... I don't know. It must still be awkward. Because at the end, I did have, again, like 2 nights to myself. I had 2 dinners to myself. And, I mean, that was after the mold incident. So people were fucking hogging me. People were constantly hovering around me. Talking to me. Everybody was like, we would like to apologize. How are you? Is everything okay? Are you happy with your food? Do you want anything else? And making small talk. And I was being nice, so I also continued to small talk. I was asking them questions. I was figuring out there's this one F&B manager who worked in the same fucking hotel as me in the past. What the hell? They love the mold lady. No, I asked one of the staff. I was like, am I the mold lady now? Are you guys gonna be calling me, or are you already calling me the mold lady behind the scenes? And they're like, no, really no. He really meant it. Yeah, I was being babysitted so hard, so I couldn't quite experience, I guess, the loneliness and the solemnness of, at least not during dinner. I don't know. I generally thought throughout the whole vacation that I would have more time just chilling like a lazy ass bitch on the beach. I thought I'd be lying down and like finally listening to the audiobooks that I have. I did end up, like, once I was finally alone, I started listening to an audiobook, but I couldn't focus. I tried I just picked one of a random, like, Game of Thrones related, universe related book. I picked the wrong one, I think. Because I was listening and it wasn't like the typical kind of story. It was like, I think it was something about the Targaryens. And it was just stating facts and dates. And I was like, I can't even. I'm zoning out constantly. I can't listen. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is there so many numbers? Oh god, what is he saying? Oh, zoned out again. And then it's not even interesting. So after like 10 minutes, I switched. And I continued listening to where I left off like a year ago on The Hobbit. Which, by the way, I left off very early on as well here, when the dwarves were just gathering at Bilbo's house for the first time. So I was continuing that. That was easier to listen to, for sure. But then I got so eepy so quickly. And then I took a nap. Small nap. Tiny nap. First chapter. Oh yeah, I didn't get really far at all with anything. I also thought I would just be like watching more shows, but during the day, somehow I always ended up being busy with something, and then in the evening I was always so eepy that I fell asleep immediately, and I just somehow, even though I had so much time in total, I feel like I didn't like do the lazy thing that much, if you know what I mean. Yeah, time flies. Yeah. So, on the first day of Maldives gave to me. I don't know. What did I go swimming on the first day? I think I got my snorkeling gear on the first day right away. I think... Did I go snorkeling? I think I just took a quick dip in the pool, but I didn't really go swimming on the first day. Yeah, but at dinner time, one thing that immediately stood out to me, and I'm gonna show you a daytime picture so it's more visible, but I freaked out at dinner time. That was like, I didn't see this during lunch because I was eating somewhere else, but at dinner time I ate at the breakfast buffet, which is on the water, and it's like this. On this picture you can even see the fish down there. During dinner time, even more so than during morning time, there's tons of sharks, small sharks, black tip reef sharks, black fin black tip sharks, and small nursing sharks, I think, maybe. We're like all around here. Sometimes you could also see stingrays all around here. And at dinner time, the reason they're like all over this place, they're also doing breakfast, but even more, the sharks are even more so, they're reef sharks, yeah, during the evening time. It's because people, they get attracted by the light and by the food that people throw down there. Now, I felt so conflicted about this because, like, I don't like the idea of throwing down food that was cooked for you by a person. Seems very disrespectful to me, but it's not like they had, like, this was super common. The tourists were constantly doing that. But I assume if it was really bothering the staff, they would put up a sign to say don't do it. Because nobody was ever told off to not do it. Phone falling here is my anxiety. Kids falling down was also my anxiety. They were like right at the edge, sitting down, looking down, throwing food down. Really scary. Yeah. I doubt the staff cares. I don't know. I mean, that's the way. You have to expect it if you design the restaurant like this. Yeah. It's like an attraction at this point because of all the sharks. I mean, it is kind of exciting because I was watching people throw down food and then the sharks go like, and the fish go like, they all like go crazy. And that's kind of exciting to watch. So then it makes you want to throw in more food and it makes you want to try it yourself. You see other people do it, then you do it too. Are there lifeguards there? Oh, not during dinner time. Their shift ends at 6 p.m. But the sharks are not big and they wouldn't hurt a human. Yeah. And you're not... Apparently, I never heard this rule, like, in the other resorts. They weren't, like, saying anything about this, but in this resort, they said don't swim after 6 p.m. in the ocean. Because the lifeguards are off duty. And it's dark. But... yeah. I thought it was kind of weird. I mean, most people wouldn't choose to swim in the ocean anyway when it's already dark. But I just thought it was kind of weird to limit it like that. 餌あげないでください。みんなあげててビビったよ。なんかあげていいのかマジで。そのご飯作った人に失礼じゃねと思って。Well, so like I said, I thought it was like kind of meh to do that, so I kept on like seeing it happen and I was like, stop it. And like maybe throwing one tiny thing to experience it at once, it's like still understandable. But they were like some families, kids and adults, they would take a whole loaf of bread and like separate it and then chuck the whole bread like in pieces down there. Like they would just be feeding constantly. And I'm assuming that just like with birds, I mean, I'm sure this isn't affecting these fish that much. It's just fish, but I'm assuming that the same with birds is like these animals are not supposed to be eating all this kind of random shit that humans eat. So I'm assuming it's probably not healthy for them, the kind of stuff you're throwing in there. They threw in all kinds of shit. Yeah. So it was just questionable while also interesting. And because I saw all these sharks there, I was like, what the fuck? And I had no one to talk to. And at that moment, like my friends weren't on the island yet. So I messaged my mom. I was like, oh my God, there's so many sharks there. And she was like, what? What kind of sharks? Oh, that's great. And then she immediately started Googling like what kind of sharks are in the Maldives and blee blah blue. She was really hooked. Yeah. I was so fascinated by it the first day because like on the other resorts I went to, I never saw sharks. I never saw sharks. Did you feed them anything? I never threw anything down. I never fed them anything. No. I just watched other people do it. Yeah. That was plenty. Not even the mold bread. That was not by the water, unfortunately. Yeah. Good, don't do it. Yeah, I really thought it was like weird, but everybody did it and nobody ever said anything. I even talked to the staff about it. On the first day I was like, haha, like kind of jokingly, like in a friendly way. I was like, haha, people keep on throwing down the food. Is that okay? Isn't that gonna like make the sharks like look out for food and therefore make them like kind of food motivated and aggressive? And then what if a human falls down there like while they're on the lookout for food? I mean, a human would still be too big for them to try to bite into, I'm sure, but what if it's a small kid? I don't know, like you're getting them all excited for food because the people keep on throwing it down. Like yeah, there's certainly some sense of danger, right? Yeah, I don't know, but I didn't really get an answer to that, to the questionable part of it, to making the sharks more aggressive by getting them all excited. The water, it was like, this is super shallow. In this area, you can stand in it totally. It doesn't quite look like it, but you can totally stand in it. And it will only be up to your hip. Or even lower. There were quite a few families and kids on this one. So what I was saying, I never saw sharks on the other resorts, so I was so fascinated. They were, on the other hand, I feel like overall there was less fish variety. I say that while I had a lot of first ever sightings. I've seen sea cucumber. Okay, there were probably sea cucumbers in the other resorts reefs, but I just didn't realize it or didn't see them so clearly. But sea cucumbers are ugly as fuck, and I saw this sea cucumber do the thing. It was quite funny. I couldn't get it on video. My camera was already dead, but it did the thing where out of one end there's like, let's say, spider webs coming out. It's crazy. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. They're weird. Then I noticed sea urchins for the first time. I never really paid attention to it before. Probably there were sea urchins in the previous ones too, but I just didn't see it until now. Because they kind of blend in nicely. I was like, I gotta scrape those off. And don't let them do that to you, on you. Yeah, no, it was like going away from me, but... And I saw lionfish for the first time. I saw like 2 in total. One, I think I got on camera. No, actually both, kinda. And I saw eagle ray for the first time. I saw all these sharks for the first time. I think I saw like some kind of ray at the end of my Narissa vacation. But I was out of the water. These ones I saw while being in the water. The eagle ray was really cool. It was also a pretty small one. Pretty juvenile one. You think the sharks eat the lionfish? There weren't so many really. It was just like singular. I saw 2 in total and I was snorkeling a lot. Yeah, so like in general, like from like the normal fish, the generic, so to say, fish like that aren't like super special like a lionfish or a shark. The general public of fish, I felt like it was a little bit less variety than I saw in others. But like the reefs that you could get to from the actual resort island, like by just swimming from the beach straight up, the reefs were always more compact and not so spread out. There was more sandy ground than corally ground in the others, but this one had like tons of corally ground, endless corally ground, so you could snorkel like everywhere. But I guess that made the fish more spread out, and then it felt like less variety. It probably wasn't. I mean, I say that and there was still plenty of variety. And I mean, I've never seen sharks before, so that's fucking awesome. That was so cool. Oh, I saw cuttlefish for the cuttlefish, and I myself, I realized what it was because I played Dave the Diver. I was like, one time I suddenly see this like line of fish, and they look like kind of like squids. They didn't look like normal fish to me. I saw it from above. I wasn't in the water. Let me see something really quickly. I just have this video that I tried to upload on Twitter, but like was shitty quality. But did you hear the sugoi? I have better videos. I really need to sort things out. But for now, I think even the image quality of a photo was killed on Twitter. But here should be okay. Like, bro? So sick! I was like, what the fuck is this? That must be a cuttlefish. Is this what a cuttlefish looks like? Yo! And they were like, there's like 10 or, nah, more like 20 even, in a line, in a diagonal line, and they're just like chilling. They don't swim fast. They're just like, it looks like they're just getting, you know, carried by the current. Ow! Don't. Giving me love bites. Chunky monkey. Oh. Which is which? Oh. Yeah. You can like see the transparent hood. これドキドキした。これ見るのが It's so cool. And yeah, they were like in a line and just chilling. They look so different from the others. I was like, this is not a normal fish, I can tell. And when I was first seeing them, there was a lifeguard nearby. And I was like getting all excited. And the lifeguard stopped by. And I was like, what is this? Is this a squid? And this lifeguard couldn't communicate so well in English. So yeah, I don't think he ever said what the name of this was. So I had to trust my instincts. Pretty sure it's a cuttlefish. I hate cuttlefish, but he hates to cuddle. I couldn't get to them. So when I saw them again, they were like right at our overwater villa. And so I was like, can I get them on camera on the water? So I panic. I put on my flippers and everything. And I go into the water, and like before I go into the water, I swear they're like so close to the villa, and I can see them from above, and they're so close. The moment I step into the water and I look down with my goggles, they're gone. I look up, I look over the water, they're gone. They're gone. Immediately knew what I was up to. They immediately knew. I'm so sad. Yeah, they were like, we didn't sign the waiver to be on the stream. Fuck off. Nah, I got them though on a picture. A pretty good picture. It's hard though because the waves distort their shape, right? But yeah, here, this is actually a better one. On this one, the shape is a bit distorted. They look so funny. Haha. They change color and become transparent. What, completely transparent? In danger? Maybe they were still there then. No, I swear they were gone. They were like, psych. By the way, those bird pictures I uploaded on Twitter, of course they were not from me. Of course I didn't take them. But you want some bird pictures a la Wawa? I tried to capture this chicken bird, but he was a fast one and always so busy. I like this one though. Chicken bird. White-breasted hen or something like that. Hen, yeah. And then, look at him. Is that a fry? Look at those feet. Huge ass clown feet. Compared to its body. He was gone so fast. That was a lucky picture. And I saw them on the day of my arrival when I was getting like a tour with the golf cart buggy. I was driven by two of these birds and they were like fighting each other. Cute. And I was like, what bird is that? What bird is that? And the butler. Yeah, everybody gets a butler. the butler was like, "Hey, it's we call them KFC." Huh? What the fuck do you mean? It's like every fucking bird KFC to you, is what I was thinking. But until later, I found out this is really like kind of the chicken of the island. I thought that was funny. And then I had to edit my tweet because you guys pointed out it's not a fucking stork, it's a heron, okay? But I've been seeing them here and there, and they were so gorgeous. Slay. But I saw one of these birds. I forgot which one it was. Probably a heron, right? I saw them like drinking pool water even. I was like, bro, that's pool water. I shouldn't be drinking that. But this one I saw quite often on the beach and flying all over, and yeah. Just don't scare me. Are you doxing yourself there? Don't scare me, bro. For a moment I was checking the reflection on the water, but there's no fucking way I would be on it from this angle. I need... my spine feels so... Hi, Smoothie. Dosta. It sounded like a human. You sound so funny right now for my earphones. Say something. Hey, say something. Meow, meow. That was me. Meow. They're circling me like sharks. Oh, welcome back, Chunky Wonky. Had a little snack. Yeah, they missed me. They've been so cuddly. Yeah. Oh, do you hear the purr? She's actually so far. I finally figured out again how to raise my lower sounds. So even though she's pretty far, you can now hear her. Yeah. Let me choose a tangent. Okay. I know a fish that I never saw in the other resorts and islands was needlefish, and they were so common here, and I thought they were pretty awesome. I like them. They're like pretty light colored and just long boys, long thin boys. And then I saw them hunting at some point. I was like out of the water, and me and Raden were chatting with the lifeguard, and I see some action on the water, like really close to the beach. So it was on very shallow water, but I saw like something like moving really fast, like slightly jumping and making pyong 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 movements, almost on the surface of the water. It was really fast, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And lifeguard said it's the needlefish hunting. Crazy. They jump around when they hunt really fast. Yeah. Okay. So here's the tea about the massages. The massages were like insane. Okay, last time I went to the Maldives was also peak season, and they weren't this crazy. But they told me the prices here are more expensive right now because of peak season. So there was a massage. Let me, actually, I can pull up. I will never make this mistake again. Now that I've been absolutely scammed by these massages one time, next time I will book, if I book ever again a Maldives trip, I will ask them beforehand, because usually they don't have the full like massage spa menu with prices on their website. But I would now, next time if I book, I would message them and I would ask them to tell me their massage prices, because this is quite important to me. And if you charge this much for massages, I wouldn't have booked this hotel if I knew that. Let me see. Spa. To give you the exact prices, yeah? So, let's see. One of the most basic, seemingly, massages. An 80-minute massage. And this is without taxes and service fee, which usually adds like another $50-ish. $366 US. For an 80-minute massage. For this one in particular. It's just a pretty basic one. What? So, with the added fees, it's gonna be 410-ish? I didn't pay for this one, no. Now, the one good thing is, they give you a discount. They say, each day, whatever massage you pick, we're gonna deduct $50. But that just brings you back to the price it was before taxes and service fee. Yeah, but at least they give this discount to you each day, not just a one-time thing. But yeah, I thought that was insane. These prices are insane. The other places I've been to were nowhere near this. This is like, what? I mean, the other Maldives resorts I went to, yeah, they were a little bit more expensive than, you know, like normal massages would be, but bruh, this is like double of that. If not a bit more than double. Yeah, I know the massages in Thailand are fucking cheap. And yeah, this is so not reasonable. This is insane. I would have gotten more massages if it was cheaper. There was one more deal that you can strike on your departure day. They had a special like jet lag massage that was kind of cheaper. 45 minutes. Wait, I took a picture of it. A 45-minute massage for here. A 45-minute, well, full body massage. Well, as much as they can do in 45 minutes. For this is again without the service charge and everything. $110. I thought like that was a special deal. I thought that was okay. That was okay. Kind of. Although I have to think how much more discounted is this compared to the other ones if you go by price per minute. But this was like okay. So I had, in the beginning, I had one of those more expensive massages, but it ended up being... what was it? It was like 300 for an 80 or 290, something like that, for an 80-minute massage. And it hurt me too, but it was a really good massage and I really needed it. I'm not going to the Maldives without getting a massage, and I was like, fuck, I just have to do it. I was looking forward so much to getting a massage in the Maldives. I was so excited for it. This is like one of the main things I do. I get massages. And in the Maldives, it's like even better. Yeah, and then I got the jet lag massage at the end, but because I thought, oh, the price was reasonable, because of that, I added a 30-minute extension of cupping, which ended up making the whole thing a bit more expensive than I had vaguely calculated in my brain. How much was that in the end? So I said 110, right? For just the 45 minutes plus the taxes. I'm guessing they don't give you the $50 discount on that one. I'm not sure. They should. I think they should. But in total, with the cupping, it was $267. Well, after seeing all these insane prices, also for activities, they were absolutely overcharging more than anywhere else I've ever seen. After all of that, seeing it, I decided that what I was planning on doing was even more reasonable than originally anticipated. Me not tipping. Because I looked up beforehand if you have full board in the Maldives, if it's still expected of you to tip. Because previously I didn't have full board on my trips. We just did a la carte on everything and had breakfast included. But when you have a la carte and then they give you the bill and there's numbers on it, then of course you feel kind of like you have to tip. Yeah, and if you're raking up, like even if you have dinner included but then you rake up cost because of the drinks you order because they're not included, then you feel like you have to tip, right? But if everything's included, well, our drinks were not included. So actually I was quite surprised. The girls also usually were fine with just water. I think the only one who ever ordered a drink was Radin, and even she most of the time went for just water. So we were on the same wavelength there. And so most of the time our full board bills would be $0. And I was like really nervous and anxious about not writing anything on there when they, like, I would still always check with them, like, do you have something I have to sign? And then they give me the bill and it says $0, and I'm like, Then they stand in front of me while I'm signing it, so I feel like this is a vibe where they would appreciate it if I did tip. But guys, the amount of money you guys are charging for everything in this resort is so unreasonable. So let me just get this quickly over. Signs number of room, name, closes it, immediately hands over, immediately runs. Yeah, I tipped on the first day. I tipped $5 on my $0 full board dinner, and then the day after I never tipped again. Run. No, but Google generally said it's fine, like it's not expected. And with the service fees and everything they charge, it's kind of insane. Now, I wanna say something. Especially after the girls were gone, and I had 2 full days to myself, I was like, what do? I have to do something. I have to keep myself a little bit busy. I have to do some activity. So I was eyeing the parasailing, and I wanna upload or like share some videos, but I have to check for feet, dangling feet of myself first. I do kind of want to at least show one though. If you guys are a tiny bit patient. I took so many videos. They gave me a GoPro. I took so many videos, and they also took a lot of videos from down there from the boat. I have so many videos. Sometimes I purposefully said some words thinking I will use it for social media. Yeah, this is a good one. Oh, there was a foot. I'd have to cut that. Let me find a video that has absolutely no feet. Ah, foot. 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 Please have no foot. This looks good. Okay. So far, no foot. She says yippee. Mm-hmm.
Come to the Maldives.
Yeah, okay. Seems like I was careful with the feet there, thinking I would use this. Okay, this one's fine then. The 25-second one is fine. What about this one? This looks a little bit better visually. No feet, no feet. Wow, the earth looks so round. There's no way it's flat. Okay, I'm gonna send myself these videos. 25-second one and 17-second one. This. This and this. Let's see how long this will take. That's what they want you to think. By the way, I really like the idea. I've been seeing some people say this of, well, since it's winter here where I normally live, and Maldives is a beautiful summer, and me being a bird, you know, the whole idea of me migrating like a bird. Ha! Yeah, I like that. Okay, I got it. Okay, so I went parasailing. Do you want to know the price? Wait, I'll tell you the price after I fly. After I show you. Yeah. Cool, right? This is the other one. I think in this one I talk. So that's the island that I was staying at over there.
Yippee!
Yeah. Sorry, I'm talking probably, but you see that other island over there? The smaller one? Apparently that's a local island for farming. Not another resort. But sometimes, you know, the resorts can be quite close to each other. Yeah.
Yippee! Maldives!
Yippee!
Go! Come to the Maldives!
Yeah. Pretty cool! So, I don't know if I remember this correctly, or if they said it correctly, or... Well, I don't know, but I think they said it's like 150 meters high, which doesn't sound so high to me when I think about it. But I like the height of how high I would be up in the air. I feel like I'm up there like 1,000 meters. But apparently it's like 120 to 150 meters high. Is that high? Is that considered high? That's like 100 wawas. That doesn't sound like much. Like if you stack 100 wawas. And then I googled like how high is 150 meters. And it showed me buildings that are, you know how high they are. And some buildings are totally easily 150 meters. Yeah, skyscraper is one of you're telling me this felt much higher and it looked much higher. A skyscraper is easily that tall? What the fuck? How? But I think normally when you're in a skyscraper, then you're in a city environment where other buildings around the skyscraper are also tall. I guess the contrast is higher here, parasailing in the middle of the ocean, because there's no other high things. So you feel like you're higher than, you know, you would feel when you're in the top, on the top of a skyscraper. The Eiffel Tower is 300 meters. Yeah, you don't have the comparison around you. It's just everything is flat, so you really experience it differently than being in a city. That makes a lot of sense. I just figured that out. I'm so smart. So parasailing, I did paragliding before, right? Over the mountains, and parasailing was the first time. It was quite interesting. So you're like on the speedboat and they drive you out a little bit. We started in these videos, we were pretty far from the island, but we started flying pretty close to the island, and then went around the island pretty close, and then got a little bit further away, and this and that, like back and forth. So, you know, and we went around for, I was in the air for 15 minutes, but it felt pretty long, and the boat was pretty fast, so I saw the island from one side and another side, and like one end and the other end. I never went around the island on the other side completely, but I saw it from one end of the island and the other end of the island, and a little bit further away, a little bit closer. It was pretty cool. So when you're on the speedboat, they put on the harness and they spread out the big balloon a little bit already, and then you stand on the edge of the boat pretty much. Are you guys still there? Hello? 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 Okay. Yeah, it sounds short, but it's like plenty. The parachute, yeah. So you stand there, and then I thought in my brain that you start in the water. You just like in the water, and then the boat goes vroom, and then you go up in the air. But no, apparently they used to do it like that back in the old days, but nowadays you start on the boat and you end on the boat. You don't fall into the water in the end. No. They can totally reel you back in. So I have this on video. I have the start of it on video. I just need to cut the feet out, I think. So I'll show you eventually. It makes it really easy to imagine what's happening. But like, yeah, like they start like extending the rope that you're on from the boat. Like the parachute starts getting in the air when the speedboat moves, and simultaneously they're extending the rope more and more until it's maximum. And so you're just gradually, slowly getting higher and higher and more distant from the boat. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, it was easier. You don't have to do anything. It was way easier than paragliding. Because with paragliding, the takeoff and the landing was stressing me the fuck out, and it's kind of hard. Because with paragliding, I was like running downwards a really cliffy cliff, a really steep cliff. You go up on a mountain, you run down a cliff while having a person behind you strapped to you. And I could, like, I don't know, it was so tough, because then there's also this like gravity thing like pulling you back, but you want to move forward. It was so difficult, and there's so much pressure on you to do it right. Yeah, you know it, you saw it in my vlog. Yeah, parasailing, you're just sitting, you're like sitting in your harness, and then you just take off. It's like an elevator. It just happens. You don't have to do shit. But I told them, no, like, I really want to land in the water. Can you land me in the water, please? And they're like, we'll see. But apparently it takes a lot of skill to land someone purposefully in the water, and then also getting them back up again. I thought they would just like land me in the water and leave me there. And like I would swim to them or so. Or they would drive to me. But how they understood it, I guess, is I wanted to be dropped in the water and then put up into the air again. So they dropped me, and I thought it was ending. But they dropped me, and I dangle my feet a little bit. I tip my feet a little bit in the water. Not even full body. And then they pull me up again. It was like very slow though. Slowly down, slowly up. Slowly down, they did it twice. Slowly up. It was really refreshing. And it was like in the middle. Oh, I guess you don't want to get the parasol wet. That makes sense. If it gets wet, then it's like over. That makes sense. Yeah, I have all of this on video too. I just need to figure out how to show it. Yeah, it could drag me down. So yeah. Anyway, that was fun. But like in the beginning, I was like a little bit panicky while it was going up because looking at the boat made me freak out. When I looked at the scenery, I was a little bit less freaky. But it still took some time to get used to the situation I found myself in. Yeah. And they told me in the beginning to do signals when I'm okay and when I'm not okay. And the okay signal was like flapping your arms like a bird slowly. And the not okay signal was doing it with one arm, like as if one wing is broken. Very bird themed. But I did, and in the 15 minutes, I probably did it way less than they wanted me to do it. I did it like 2 times, the bird flapping, because I was too scared to like let go of the ropes I was holding on to. I couldn't do the flapping very much. I was like freaking out. I was okay as long as I was holding on to it. But letting go, a little bit too high level. My throat is... I need honey. Oh my god, so loud. I don't think I have any throat drops. Where are my throat drops? Fuck. 120. There's a minimum for... I was surprised there's a minimum how heavy you have to be. Thankfully, I reached the minimum. You have to be... Well, I won't say it. But it's like a reasonable adult... smaller woman size heaviness. Like... The kids would not... No, the kids wouldn't be able to do it. A tall teenager, yeah. It's a reasonable weight, but like on the... For like a woman on the slender side, like me. Yeah, like 50, okay? 50 kg. If you're too light, then there's no resistance, I guess. I mean, you're on a rope, so I'm not sure what happens. I think no. Then yeah, no resistance. Therefore, like the wind, especially if there's a strong wind, then you would be hard to control. Like it will be woo 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 woo. But thankfully, there wasn't even like there was barely any wind. It was a really calm day. So on a really windy day, the heavier you are, the better. But yeah, I didn't want to swing. Sometimes when they were like driving in curves, then it would like tilt me like that, and I was like, too much. It was really no biggie though. So the price, I think maybe I mentioned this in the chat at the time. Chunky Wonky, you coming again? How many times are you coming and leaving? Just stay.
Getting ready for takeoff, huh? Come up. You're guessing $200, $150 to $300, $150. So it's 15-minute flight, yeah? Yeah? Oh, Chunky Wonky, please move on. Please move over to your spot. If you must be here. Here, I'll make another spot for you here. Oh, you're going there. Okay, well. It sounds loud. It's not that loud. So, parasailing per person before taxes, $205. So and service fee, I paid $263 for 15 minutes of an experience. Less than you thought. Yeah, maybe compared to the massage, I don't know. 260. I was like, a 200 is okay, but like 260. Yeah. Like 200 seemed not too off from normal prices in Austria to go parasailing in a lake, which isn't even such a nice scenery, I guess, compared to this. Well, it depends on how you see it. Yeah, but it is a rare experience. I think I was glad to do it. It was cool. Now, something pissed me off though. These people that work in this resort, they have a fixed salary. I'm sure maybe some like tips and stuff, they increases their income, but like generally they have a fixed salary. And surely the resort is making a shit ton of money from all this overpricing they're doing. Yeah? Yeah? Let's be real. On the way back on the speedboat, because like it was very obvious over these days, I never saw anybody doing any of these like water sports activities like jet ski, parasailing, whatever. Nobody was doing it. Nobody was booking it. People were booking the snorkeling excursions, but nobody was booking this water sports stuff. So, these two dudes on the boat, you know, we had a pleasant conversation. They told me about how long they've been doing this. They've been doing it like for 15 years, for 12 years each, and like just like stuff on the boat. And they told me how many people they how many parasailers they've made go up into the air. And it was like over 3,000. And that's just the parasailers. They do the other stuff too, right? You know, they're like, you know, telling me all that. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. We have a really pleasant conversation. And so, because they're obviously like lacking people to book these experiences, I've noticed that. At the end, they're like trying to convince me to book another thing. And they're like, oh, the weather is so good right now. You should book another activity. How about like jet ski? And I'm like, I don't know about jet ski. And also, I don't know, it's, you know, kind of expensive. So he's like, we'll give you a discount. I'm like, how much? And he says 15%. And I thought I misheard it. I was like, 50 or 15? He's like, 15. I was like, I'm sorry, if it was 50, I would think about it. But 15? No, that's way too little. I genuinely said, nah, no. 15? That's like... So, when I said like, nah, I would do it for 50, but not for 15. I didn't expect him to go give me a 50% discount anyway. But I just said realistically, that's what I would do, you know? I didn't expect him to do that. But his reply pissed me off. Because he was like, oh, and then who's gonna pay my salary? Who do you think is gonna pay my salary then? Bitch, please.
Bitch, please, with these overpriced prices, I'm not gonna like ruin your life. You should be lucky if anybody books these activities. I've been on the island. He wrong. They're still getting their fixed salary, first of all. Second of all, they're overpriced. Third of all, they're better off anybody booking an activity than nobody booking an activity. For the past 6 days at that point, I've seen nobody book these activities. So and like this, like making me feel like I mean, as I said, I didn't expect a 50% discount anyway, but I was just saying that. But like a 30% discount or something like that, I think would still be super reasonable. How much does it actually take to make a boat like that to operate it? I'm sure like the resort is not about to go broke. First of all, you're overcharging on everything, and you would be making more money by taking me on another activity for cheaper than not taking me anywhere at all. But also, I'm not bankrupting you. If you give me a bigger discount, let's be real. Don't gaslight me. Don't gaslight me. Yeah. I highly doubt that his salary will not change. I don't think these people have salary by how many trips they go on. Pretty sure they have salary like fixed on their work hours. Are you sure he wasn't making a lighthearted joke? He at that moment his attitude suddenly changed. They were so friendly the whole time until that moment at the end where I said that as a joke, and he was like, "Well then, who's gonna pay my salary?" Who do you think is gonna? Who are you? No, he even said, "Oh, are you gonna pay my salary then?" Oh. It's making it sound like that would make them go, you know what I mean? Like, they overcharge so hard on every single thing on this island. I highly doubt that this would have any effect on your salary, first of all. And this shit is overpriced. Yeah, I mean, I do pay your salary in a way, but yeah, it's like he made it sound like his family is gonna starve if he gives people a bigger discount. It was a bit sassy. Yeah, the resort makes so much money. Like, if you want to complain about salary, you should complain to the resort for pocketing so much money. I do think these people should earn more. I inquired a lot about. I was so curious. I was such an, how to say, anthropologist on this trip. Yeah, most of this money that you would discount wouldn't even go to you, right? It would go to the company that's behind it. And like, yeah, you still get your salary. But anyway, he probably wouldn't have the. He potentially, what I will say is, like, potentially he doesn't have the right to give such a huge discount anyway. The management of the hotel would probably not like that. Now that would be a completely different story. He didn't say anything like that. Yeah, he doesn't have to offer it. He seemed like the kind of the boss of the establishment, the like water sports establishment, but yeah, I still think, yeah, I can see how he wouldn't have the authority. Anyway, what was I saying? I was like asking everybody so many questions about like what they do in the free time and where they're from and when they came over here and how they like it here, and like, do you have family? They all have family back in their home countries. Like there's like a lot of Maldivians working there, and then for certain things there's a lot more like for massage place and the kitchen workers. In the kitchen there were a lot of like Indians and Sri Lankans, but also a lot of Maldivians and that one guy. No, that was a Maldivian, yeah. And then in the massage area, of course, there were like, you know, lots of Thai people and Indonesia and yeah, I think maybe there was someone from the Philippines, maybe. Made a lot of sense to me. So on my first massage, I had this Thai lady. She was so nice. We were having a good conversation. So I asked her like, you know, about her circumstances. So she has like a son and a mother in Thailand, and she works here to send the money she earns to her family. Whoa. And I was like asking what she does in her free time, if she has like, if these staff are allowed to have like personal objects in their rooms. And she says like she shares a room with someone else. They only have beds in there. They don't have any like, they live there for, some of them live there for years. Yeah, but they don't have any personal items really. I would assume it's like hard to get something in anyway, you know. And think about it, they don't do Amazon and stuff like that. It doesn't work like that. But they don't even have a table in their room. And I just thought that was so different from how we know life. I find it very interesting. Like, it's definitely something, if I didn't have this job and I was still working in hotels, I feel like I wouldn't do it probably, but I would be interested in it maybe, in the possibility of like going for 1 year, you know, like a more short-term thing. The thing is with the Maldivians that work there, you do get to go pretty cheaply back to the other islands. Wherever, like there's a bunch of local islands where you might have Maldivian family. And then, so 全然違う生き方してるね. And so they have family that they can visit and then they can have their own things there, right? And that seems like relatively common for the Maldivians that are employed. But for the non-Maldivians, like from what I've heard from them, like they haven't seen their family in like 1 or 2 or 3 years. And they just send the money to them. And she even told me without me asking how much she earns. Now, keep in mind, she doesn't have to pay for food and for accommodation, obviously. 500, this massage lady earns 500 US dollars per month. I mean, I think for like the economy that she's from, Thailand, and the economy that she's in, Maldives, considering there's no salary, I think it's like an okay salary. Of course not if you're like in Europe or America or wherever. It's average salary in Thailand. But then it makes you wonder, like, if it's average in Thailand, then if you're doing that to try to help out, I mean, and then I don't really see the point. I think she said that too to me, like, yeah, it's pretty much the same as in Thailand, so she thinks about going back eventually, soon-ish anyway. It's not much different. Yeah, not having living expenses, you know. Yeah, not everyone gets average salary though. That's true. That's true. Yeah. And I feel like I don't know how easy it is to get a job as a massage therapist in Thailand when massages are like all over the place in Thailand. Then maybe it's a little bit harder, you know what I mean? There's no huge demand for massage therapists. But I mean, I do still think like it's awesome. Like you get to be in this paradise for a while. Eventually, everything will be normal to you. You get used to it. It's not special anymore. Yeah, but I was like, more than the salary, I'm just like fascinated and I don't know, worried about the lack of things you can do when you're stuck on this island. I mean, you can go to the main island, but she said there's no nightlife on the main island. There's nothing to do on the main island. It's boring. And what they do is just... Yeah, kudos to them, yeah. What they do is like... for the staff, they organize like little snorkeling excursions or whatever, just snorkel nearby. And yeah, just like mostly water activities, mostly like snorkeling activities. It sounded like there's not much going on for them. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's nice for vacation, but yeah. I mean, if you're not used to... Like, if I wasn't used to this lifestyle, maybe then it's doable. But a lifestyle of having like a computer and playing games and I don't know, meeting your friends and going to the movie theater and stuff like that. Yeah, then that's so different. Wow. That's so different. Ohayou gozaimasu. Medium income in the Maldives is only 200 euro per month. Oh wow, then 500 is like really good for them. That's actually then way above average in the Maldives. Having to suffer the Karens sounds awful. I wonder, I mean, I think the spa people probably don't deal much with Karens. Oh, Jesus. So I was planning on doing the diving license, but in the end I didn't because I looked at the prices and then I was hesitating, and then by the end of the trip where I thought maybe I should do it after all, then it was too late because it takes like 3 days. And I only had like 2 days left. It's okay though. I saw so much while snorkeling, and I did the parasailing, so that was cool. Now, by the way, the shark excursion was like 250 per person. I mean, the thing is, I expected it to be like more of a private thing. Because like from my experience from the other resorts, I went on like one snorkeling excursion that wasn't like anything special, like going to see sharks, just like going to a nearby reef, because that hotel, I guess, just didn't have so much choice in reefs. But that was a free tour that led us to a really cool reef on the shelf break. I learned a new word, so I'm using it. It's like when it gets deep, like a cliff on the water. Yeah, it was free. There were guides showing us around. Yeah, we just went with a boat a little bit further away, but still pretty close. And we saw a bunch of stuff. We still saw cool stuff then. And there was a chance for like all kinds of things like sharks and turtles and whatever. I think maybe I saw a ray at the time, a stingray or something like that. And yeah, it was just us, the group from the hotel. But this one, now I have a picture so you can visualize it. No video for now. So this is the situation. This was when we were already back to the boat, but there were still other people there. So this was when most people had already left. When we arrived, there were, I would say, 60 humans in the water. Okay, maybe that's too much. 50? And there were like 10 to 15 different speedboats. Oh yeah, that's a drone up there. Huh, nice catch. So you see, in the front there's a boat. Behind that is another boat. And behind that is a floating platform in the middle of the ocean. This platform is, well, I guess it belongs to this guy, whose, I guess, business it is to offer this, like, spot to people. He feeds the sharks in there, which makes the sharks come. And you think I would like Key West, Florida? And, well, he gives us information to other resorts and the time, etc. And they come. The resort people, they come. And they came from all kinds of places. I thought it would just be us, because that's how it was before. I was so shocked to see so many people. And I gotta say, like, it was so overcrowded and so unnatural. I thought we would see sharks, like, naturally. In this way, made it so that we could see a shit ton of sharks. But yeah, this was the calm moment. You see, even then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This was like still 20 people in the water. Maybe honestly, when they were the most, it might have really been like 50, 60, 70 people in the water. This was when most groups had left. A lot of snacks in the water. Yeah, I don't know. It was crazy. It's hard to find organic non-GMO sharks these days. What does that mean? Non-GMO? Had the same experience in Florida and the Everglades with gators. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because the whole ride to this spot, it took like 40 minutes-ish. And I was thinking to myself, wait, the place we're going to, why are we shooting straight for one specific place? How do they know that this one random place or specific place in the middle of the ocean will have sharks? How? Why? How can they guarantee it? Thinking. Weird. Then I arrive and I'm like, okay. No. That's like 12,000 for that whole group. Crazy earnings. Yeah, I wonder, like, I mean, the $250 one of us pays, surely a cut goes to this guy that has this platform. How much is the cut? I don't think it can be that big. I'm sure it's not that big. Maybe he gets $10 per person. That sounds somewhat realistic to me. I don't expect more than $10 somehow. Maybe 20. I doubt the resorts want to give more than that. Then they would just make their own shark spot. They wouldn't do it unless it's lucrative. It's lucrative. You're curious. Yeah. Well, so you may have already seen a video of the situation down there from Roboco Senpai. She uploaded it on the day we went. I also have a shit ton of videos. I really made the most out of my Instax Go 360, Instax 360 Go, whatever. Last time in the Maldives, I used it like one time and I didn't do too much with it and I didn't quite understand it yet. Now I understand it. I'm really good with it. And I filmed so much. Yeah. Yeah. I made the most of it. Hey. So that's pretty cool. I'm gonna just sort out stuff and I'm gonna upload it. Yeah. But basically, there were a lot of sharks, nursing sharks. They had different tours. Also for like a whale shark. Whale sharks were really famous in that area, seemingly. But we originally wanted to do the whale shark tour, but it was like not. They were not doing it on that specific day that we wanted to go. And yeah, this was the only other option. But the whale shark tour is apparently similar. The whale sharks don't stay in one place. They're constantly on the move. But basically there will still be like lots of people swimming after the whale sharks, following them as much as they can. 4時間違う。日本と4時間時差があるのとオーストラリアとも4時間時差がある。ちょうど間にあるんだよね。Why is the drinking sound more audible? Because I really raised the low sounds a lot. I compressed everything to be more equal. But it's quite loud, I know. I've heard nightmare stories from whale shark tours. Imagine being stalked by a whole species all the time. I also thought that was kind of weird. But, I mean, then I saw an argument. I was watching this. I've been getting so many recommendations on Instagram, like, from, like, Maldives videos. Crazy algorithm. And I've been seeing, like, literally videos of people doing whale shark tours in the Maldives. And then people were like, oh, this is so sad. Like, it was, like, this video. And then there's this flying camera. What do you call it? Drone. And it's, like, capturing how the whale shark is like slowly swimming, and then there's like 20 people going after the whale shark, right? And it's like, it just feels like, it looks and feels unnatural, and it was like playing sad music, and it makes you think like, oh, this is so sad, we should leave the sharks alone. But then I saw in the comments an argument that was like, well, I mean, the sharks could just swim away if they were really bothered by it. Like, I mean, yeah, the ocean is huge, the whale sharks don't have to be there. Yeah, true. Yeah, but even beyond that, what I'm more and more, after these tours and this trip, what I'm more and more being put off by, and I can't find the right word for it, tell me if this would be the right word for it, is the sensationalism? Maybe it's absolutely the wrong word for it, but just how people are so content-brained, and even if they're not content creators, it's like, they're just running after these experiences and they need to get their selfie or whatever, and yeah, I don't know, it's just like nothing's natural anymore, and yeah, it's just something's just like off-putting to me about all of this. I mean, I'm partially definitely victim to the same problem, like, but not as bad as others, I would say. Like, I don't even take that many pictures of myself anymore, and I like to enjoy the scenery, and I mean, filming what I'm doing while snorkeling, filming what I'm seeing, it's just kind of fun, so I can look back on what I saw and remember what I saw and then show you, because I am a content creator and I need to get that right off. I don't know if I'm gonna get that right off, because everything you see in the ocean is such a fleeting moment, and you kind of want to have proof of seeing an eagle ray, right? And that's kind of different, yeah. But yeah, so many people nowadays, I don't know how to explain it, just puts me off. They're not living in the moment, I guess. They're not living life, and they're just like chasing these forced moments that aren't even real. Even though it's so sick, like, I mean, seeing a whale shark, yeah, it's sick, but like, I don't want to see it with 50 people around me. I don't know why. I don't know why. So that's why I want to get like a diving license. I mean, I would still, even after getting a diving license, I would still end up being surrounded by a group of people probably whenever I would do something like this. But I think it would be small groups, like 5 people. And it's like more cozy and intimate and serious and yeah. You know, that just feels better. And then usually these diving trips, I think, would be a lot more natural, less staged. Yeah. Have one with Raden in Okinawa. She's like so obsessed with snorkeling now. I have created a monster. Like legitimately, holy shit. She was more obsessed with snorkeling than me. She, every free moment she had, she just even ran out snorkeling on her own all the time in the same spot. And holy shit, I was so happy about that. She really likes it because like Wayne liked it quite a lot. I think she got like sick a little bit. Like she had some problems with breathing and stuff, so it wasn't too easy for her, but she enjoyed it. Nerissa didn't like it at all. So I was like, oh, I hope these girls like it. They all liked it. But Raden was like on another level. And she was like, oh, Nature's Museum. Yeah. And now she legitimately, she was like, I'm gonna go back to the Maldives next year. I'm like, oh my god. Huh? And she was thinking about all the places she could go snorkeling at in Japan too. And I was like, oh, if you go snorkeling in Japan, maybe hit me up. And I we did like end up doing so much together because of the snorkeling together. And at the end there was one time where after tennis, you know, we had dinner and then we played tennis at 9 p.m. No, 9:30. We were kind of late, so we played from 9:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. So random, but like that was the only time they had available because you have to book the tennis court. And I thought that was good anyway because it would be cool, like chill weather. It wouldn't be hot, and we had the whole huge ass tennis court to ourselves, and we were so ass. The Boko senpai was cracked. She was actually so good at it. What the fuck? The Boko senpai was so good at it. She hasn't had like played tennis in so long, she said, but like I could totally see her like go back into her element out of nowhere. She didn't even really need warm up. She just something clicked and she was back in the tennis world. She's so good. At first I was like, oh, let's play senpais versus kohais. So I was on her team, but I was ruining it for her a little bit. I was so bad. And then later I was like, okay, Loboko senpai, you know what? Like, you're so good. I think you can take all 3 of us. Soなんかロボコ先輩なんでそんなにテニスうまいんだって思ったマジでびっくりしたかっこいいクソかっこいいSo then we did like 3 versus her and even then she won. I think I might have been the worst out of all of us. Like I started out okay and then I fought so hard about it. The more I tried to lock in, the more I locked out. It was so bad. Nobuko said you had a killer ace? What? What? I was shit. What does that mean? I was shit. Maybe you misunderstood. I missed every serve and I missed every... My serve was pretty good. No. In the beginning, yeah, like in the first 10 minutes, I was able to serve. But then after that, I swear I missed every fucking serve. I locked out. The more I tried to like get good, the worse I got. No, I was shit. She's so nice. I was so shit. I was so bad. I surf in a different way. But it was so fun. Like, we were so shit besides Oboko Senpai, but like just having this little activity that, you know, I don't know, it's so unrelated to the Maldives, right? So it felt so random, and it was like in the middle of the night. Like everything about it felt so random, and it felt like, I don't know, an activity that normally we would never get to do. Like this just doesn't. I mean, sometimes in Japan, you know, people go out to eat, people go out to drink, people go out to see the movies or something like realistic like that. But going to like play tennis at night is so random, and it felt so special. It felt like such an anime moment, you know? And we were like hyping ourselves up so much. We were like having so much fun, screaming at each other and commentating everything. We were in streamer mode. I was actually kind of recording it on one of my phones, but that phone ran out of space so quickly, so I didn't get much of it. But maybe I'll publicize it. Yeah, it was so weirdly fun. We had a blast, and like after those 30 minutes we were all like exhausted because it was cool, but it was humid, so we still got hot, and yeah, we were running around a lot because the tennis court is fucking huge, so you run around a lot to pick up the balls that we constantly don't manage to hit. So after 30 minutes it was perfect. Like 30 minutes was just right. And we lost the ball, which was also funny. I think Ririka was the one, I think, who lost the ball. Like, she served it and it went like wing all over the huge fence. And we slightly go looking for it. We're like, okay, we're not finding it. It's fucking dark. We return the balls to the reception. I'm like, sorry, we lost one ball. And they're like, it's okay, no problem. And we're just like all like giggling and just joking around, messing around. It was such a youthful vibe. 青春って感じた。マジで。なんか普通ホロメンとそういう遊びなかなかしないし、ホロメンとじゃなくてもリア友ともなんかそういうテニスなんかやんないわ普通。Like even like with hololive members, I feel like just an activity like that is really rare and special. But like even with like non-holo friends that I have, just playing tennis is like so like we wouldn't even think about that, going to have a tennis session together, you know? It's just so random. So we returned to our villa at like 10 p.m. It's dark, everybody's so excited, they look at the stars. We return and like Ririka is like so heated up. She's like, I wanna get into the pool like naked. And I'm like, you serious? She's like, let's everybody get into the pool naked. But what she really meant is like, not quite naked. I don't know if I should say this, but like, I mean, it's not much different from wearing a swimsuit. But she went in her underwear. Is she gonna get mad? I mean, it's not much different from a swimsuit. And I mean, why would you're like heated and you just want to get into the pool quickly, right? You don't want to change into a swimsuit. Yeah. So she went in there with her underwear, and then Roboco senpai joined her. But Raden was like, nah, I don't need to. I don't feel like going into the pool right now. And so, but I was like, oh, maybe we can just dangle our feet in the water. So me and Raden were sitting on the side and dangling our feet in the pool, and the other two were like, you know, in underwear in the pool. And then me and Raden, no, we were singing. We were looking at the stars, and then we were all singing because Roboco senpai was playing music on her phone, and we were all singing along to あれがでねぶあれたいるべが君が指さす夏の第三回空を見る. Yeah, we were singing Kimi no Shiranai Monogatari, I was like, oh my god, it's my anime. And it was so fitting, and it was so emotional and deep, and such a vibe. The atmosphere was crazy. Yeah, that was nice. And then I look, like, from our villa, you could like see the some buildings. You could see the breakfast area. You could see another like bar thingy. Like it was kind of a curved landscape, so we could, if you look to the left, you see the ocean. If you look to the right, you see the beach. If you look straight, you see like a bunch of buildings because it's like a curved layout, right? And I look over there, and it's like some parts are lit up, and you can make out what you're seeing. But then one part at the very edge, like after where things are lit up, you can't really make out what you're seeing so well. But I see like green lights in the water. And I mean, some parts, I knew our villas under the villa is like a little bit lit up in green. The water has like a light in there and it lights up in green kind of. So I was like, is this lit up in green? Or is it the thing that I had seen earlier today on Google? There's something called Sea of Stars in the Maldives. They call it Sea of Stars apparently. It's where the algae or so? Plankton? I don't know. Plankton. Right by the beach in certain times of the year, or even all the time, I don't know, but sometimes when you're lucky, yeah, it will be bioluminescent and it will like light up in this greenish color. Actually, it happens in the Maldives, and because I had just seen it that day, I was like, eh? Wait a second, could that be it? So I pointed out to that, and I'm like, I think this maybe is that. I think it's glowing up. It could be. I mean, I could be wrong, but it could be. And she's like, oh, eh? She was like so hooked and interested immediately. And by this time it was like 10:30 or so. But I was like, I kind of want to go check. And she was like, yeah, we should. I'm like, are you sure? Like, we might go all the way and then it's just like, you know, like, man-made light. She's like, I don't mind. Then we will just have a little walk. I'm like, okay, let's go. So we left the two behind, and me and Raden, we called a buggy, cart. Like, you can call on the phone and be like, send us a buggy, please, and then they will come over to the nearest pickup point. And we're like, can you get us a buggy? And they're like, where do you want to go? And I'm like, to the like spa area, because that's where it would have been. And they're like, the spa is closed now. And I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it. I just just want to like walk around. I need to check something there. They're like, okay. Okay, whatever. So we're being driven there around the island. And then I arrive, it's like pitch fucking black. Barely anything is lit up there. So I use my phone camera and I try to get to the spot that I thought I saw from a distance. And we walk around. And this whole time we're talking to ourselves like, oh my god, what if it's not it? But it could be it. I wonder, where was it? What did I see? And then eventually realize, yeah, it was just a normal like light up thingy, man-made, not natural. It wasn't the bioluminescent thing, but it could have been, and it happened. It was okay, whatever. That would have like made the night even more perfect. Imagine, damn it. But it was like one of those spontaneous things that you just do because you're like, I don't know, you're having a special night and things are spontaneous and fun. And yeah, we may have failed, but worth the gamble. Yeah, would have been good to check it out rather than not checking it out at all. Yeah. And then we drove back to the villa. And then yeah, that was a good day. That was a birthday. And like the first night when I ate in that buffet, like, so there's an a la carte option that we had in the place where we could also have lunch but no breakfast. But in the breakfast area, the dinner is also buffet. And I went there the first night when I was alone, and I chose some things from the buffet, and I'll be honest, I didn't really like what I picked. I may have been unlucky, but I just didn't really like what I picked. So I was like, meh. And I don't know if it was already that first night or it wasn't until the second night. But there's like, it's like this egg-shaped buffet. And inside of the buffet, there's a few chefs that are cooking things on demand for free and just helping you out. And there's, for example, like a big section of raw seafood. You pick yourself all kinds of seafood you want, and then you give it to the chef and he will cook it for you, and so on. Like, you know, they're just like there. During breakfast time, for example, it's the same situation, and there's like a guy who will cook crepes at the spot and pancakes at the spot, you know, that kind of stuff. And some guys like cutting fruit and then serving it right there. Yeah. So I don't know if it was on the first night or on the second night. No, I think it was on the first night. Yeah. Because I was kind of unhappy with the food, and then one of the chefs is like, "Is there anything I can make for you?" And I'm like, maybe. What can you make? And he's like, "Anything." I'm like, okay. I don't know. How about pasta? And pasta was like easy. What kind of pasta? I'm like, I don't know. What can you do? So he makes a carbonara. It was a bossing carbonara. It was so good. Holy macaroni. And on top of it, he topped it with a kebab on a stick. Like some meat on a stick. It was just like cubed meat on a stick. But the meat was good. It was like kind of pinkish on the inside, so that was fine. And the carbonara was just holy shit. Like one of the best carbonaras I've ever eaten. And since I had that, and I was like disappointed by the buffet, but like so happy with the carbonara. Every other night, I ended up just like, I was always being offered, "What do you want today?" So I just gave up on the buffet completely, and every day I had something cooked for me at the spot, at the buffet place. And so on the second day when the girls were there, I told them about it, and they really liked everything they picked from the buffet. I was surprised. I was glad that they enjoyed it. As long as they enjoy it, I'm happy. I just want to make the people happy that are with me in the Maldives. Yeah. Yeah, I took advantage of it though. But they also tried like the custom-made pasta stuff at some point, and they really loved the stuff too. Rika, I think, had the same carbonara and another pasta that I got at some point. Yeah. So that was good. I was getting good food, but I think they enjoyed the food even more than me. And at breakfast, I ate like the sweetest stuff ever. I had a crepe. After the first day, I only had like the stuff that was actually at the buffet. But then I realized the next day that they can make crepes at the spot. I was like, oh, never going back anymore. And every day I had a crepe with Nutella in it. And I had these bananas on the side. One day I even added ice cream to it, because at any time, at these restaurants, they had ice cream stations and you can scoop your own ice cream. And on one day, I added a scoop of vanilla ice cream to my crepe. But of course, you can also order like, you know, omelets and eggs Benedict and whatever. So the girls also ordered that. And there was a shit ton of like Asian food, like specifically Chinese food. Maybe even more than usual because of the Lunar New Year. But also, I think they just generally had a lot of that because they seem to have a lot of like Asian guests in general, and they really take to that food, you know. So yeah, the girls were enjoying it. They were having so much savory food. I was only having sweet food. Now, here and there I got myself an omelette besides my crab. Yeah, I'm just so glad they enjoyed all the food variations, because I didn't enjoy the dinner or buffet that much. I might have just like chosen the wrong things, and it was kind of different each day too, what they had on the buffet, so that was cool. At least on the dinner buffet. Yeah. Now I still have tangents. I still have so many tangents. But I ran out of tea. I had hotel laundry done once. I'm just saying that because when it came back to me, it was like smelling so good, and it was kind of warm, and it was folded nicely, and I was just like, oh, I never had laundry done in a hotel before. That was actually decently priced. It wasn't overpriced. And it was really cozy. I wish my laundry could be that good. I pay Mev. Bro, I was so annoyed. I got thousands of replies on that tweet. I fucking get it, okay? There were thousands of replies. I wanted to turn off the replies or like delete the tweet because it got so annoying. But they were like, it's payment method. Yeah, I fucking get it. Shut the fuck up. I'm making a joke. I'm making a fucking joke. Joke with me. Come on. We need to cook. Oh, mamma mia. There was one time during dinner where Raden went on a side quest. That was funny. And she took another member with her. I don't know if it was Luboko or Rika, but probably Rika? I don't know. But we were eating dinner, and she was going back to the buffet to get something, to get more food. But then, I don't know, she somehow got talking with a staff, and the staff was like, I don't know how it happened. I wasn't there, but the staff showed to Raden, like, pointed out a spot where there were exceptionally many sharks under the building, you know, that I showed you before. And it was like lit up nicely. You could really see a lot of them. Yeah. And then she was like, she was there. It was like 10 meters away from where we were sitting. It was still outside. We were sitting outside. She was outside. We could hear her from afar getting really excited and being like, ah, sugoi! Wow! Sugoi! Same! Like, she was going on and on and on and on, and we could hear her from afar getting like super excited. Yeah, she was like doing a little side quest there mid-dinner, and she came back. She was really excited. She was, oh my god, they showed us all the sharks. Wow, there's so many sharks. I'm like, I know. I know there's so many sharks. Yum, 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 yum. Wait, one thing I didn't talk about here in this experience. So it got a little bit boring and repetitive after, because you were supposed to be in the water for like an hour. I mean, you can leave and go to the boat back earlier, but like looking at the same situation for an hour is kind of boring. I think the guides noticed that some of us maybe kind of saw enough. A lot of girls already, my girls, and a lot of the other people already went back to the boat, but we still had like 20 or 30 minutes left. So they were like, oh, let's go over there. Let's go snorkel like a little bit away from this situation, as it was calming down anyway. And I didn't realize, but they were, this guide was taking me and this one family of like, I don't know, 5 people, to a shipwreck. It was like very visible from there already, but I didn't realize. It's like a small shipwreck, and it's like boat. You see the butt, the underside, the belly of the butt, the belly of the boat was sticking out of the water and looking up to the sky. And if you dive down, you see the upper side of the boat facing down the bottom of the ocean. And there was like a long ropes going all the way down. It was like kind of anchored, but not purposefully, I think. I don't know. But I asked the guide, like, what's going on here? Like, how long has the boat been here? It's so interesting. I thought it was so interesting. Like, there weren't even that many fish around it, but some were there. You know, they swam in and out of the boat, and there were like a shit ton of barnacles on it, and I just thought it was interesting because I felt like, oh, something happened here, right? And that's cool. So I was told the boat was there like for 15 years already. It's been there for 15 years, and how it happened is like storm. It just flopped. Yeah, it capsized, but I think no one died. But that was me going on a little side quest. I swear, like, Raden would have loved to see that, but she was already back on the boat. I was the only one seeing it. All the girls were back on the boat. I was like, damn. That was so cool. I wish they would have seen it. She missed out, yeah. She crazy missed out. And in that moment, it was at that moment she knew she should have learned how to dive downwards. Because the guide, he's like, oh, go ahead, like, you don't have to stay up on the boat. You can go down, dive a little bit down the boat. And he did it. He dived under the boat. I was just watching him go down there. I'm like, oh, God damn it, I wish I could go too. Because I didn't have the confidence to do it. On the day after, I was like testing it, and I managed to do it once or twice. Like, pushing myself down is like really hard. I need to figure out the technique. And then the breathing, like, it depends. Like, after a long snorkeling session, breathing through that tube is really hard. So if you try to breathe like you normally would, somehow, I don't know why this happens, but somehow water will enter. The other girls had this problem too in the beginning, and they were like, why does this keep on happening? I'm like, you're breathing wrong. You kind of have to breathe through I don't know how to explain it, through your throat, like, but very purposefully, like that. You know what I mean? Instead of, it's more like, you know, like Darth Vader. Then it works. But if you breathe like that for a long time, at least for me, it gets really exhausting, and yeah, more and more it gets harder to breathe. And so then if I wanted to stop breathing and dive, it would be even harder than if I had just started snorkeling. Yeah, because I would already be so out of breath. Short on breath. Not because I like exercised much, just because of the constant breathing like that. At least for me, I don't know. Ohayou gozaimasu. But yeah, that was so cool. I wish I could dive down. Maybe next time I'll be better at that. But I diving down while snorkeling, it's difficult. I just can't. I push myself down so well. What else? I mean, we can talk about the whole mold debacle if we want to, and I still have a few stories, but I feel like I was going somewhere. I didn't mention one. Oh, she was constantly on the lookout for turtles, because one time in the beginning the lifeguard said, yeah, there's turtles sometimes over there. And I translated it for her. I said, Raden, there sometimes at 5 p.m, around 5 p.m, there's rare sightings of turtles over there. So that's why she constantly, she just really wanted to see that turtle. But she never saw the turtle. Me neither. Unfortunately. To be like that. Oh, let me show you really quickly something random, but the massage place, it was actually, I've had the same situation in a different resort. This is so Maldives. So basically, oh, weather was so good. And I was following my staff here. They have these little huts. All of these are massage rooms. As you can see, they're usually there with couples. And and yeah, you go into a massage room like that. It's really nice. And oh, by the way, I was like swimming under these, right under these huts, because they are by like the closest shelf break, the closest deep blue, the closest deep ocean point that you can reach relatively easily. So I was snorkeling around there a lot because it gets deeper pretty close by. Yeah, and there's a lot of fish there. Yeah, but it's also a shallow part. Like, it's standing on shallow water, but right behind it is like deep. Also, this is the part that was lit up green, and I thought, because nothing else was lit up, I thought that was the Sea of Stars. I was wrong. But yeah. So, and then inside, this is what I meant with it's so Maldivian. Yeah, Maldive Resortsian. There's a window where you can look down into the water while you're being massaged. And then look at fish. Yeah. They do this a lot in the Maldives resorts. マッサージされてる時に下を向いたらずっと海が見えてる。こういうところは。Yeah. And you can hear the waves pretty clearly because the walls, they don't really soundproof that much. So you can hear the water constantly. Yeah. Imagine if someone was swimming there. Usually people don't swim under there. I did it like in the morning and so on, but usually nobody snorkels around this area. It's a little bit... Actually, the waves are more powerful in this area. And so people usually avoid it. The fucking chickens. They're chickens. Yeah, this was really, really good massage. Good vibes. Really nice. よいしょ。よいしょ。And then just this random picture. You know, the overwater villas. Kind of nice. This was so away from our villa was the sunset. This was a sunset. And then from our villa, we were able to see the sunrise. Now, I edited this a little bit. There's some saturation increase, but it was very beautiful. Yeah. That's what you can see there is the massage place. And next to it, can't really see it here, but next to it is the moldy bread place. Right, I think this picture is fine. Let me double check it. Got it? Yeah. So I took this picture after I ate it. I'm still somewhat in good spirits, even though I wasn't sure what I just ate. You can see my peace sign down there in the bottom right. But it has this like big pool going around it. This is only the right side of it. On the left side, it also like encloses it like that. And it's just a little like beach bar vibe. The place of the cry. I was sitting at the very rightest seat. And this was after the girls were gone. Yeah. And so, once again, I would like to present the evidence. I had ordered a... Wait, and sent the... I need to sneeze. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, bro. Yeah, so I saw it. It was served to me like this. I was like, I'm not sure. I think I took like one bite from the right side bread and then I noticed. I'm not sure if I noticed it immediately, but at least after the first bite I noticed it. You wouldn't have noticed. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people wouldn't have noticed. They would have just munched it. Like, there was a lot of like flavorful stuff on top that could cover like bland tasting bread, because I feel like when it starts going bad, it's just gonna taste bland before it tastes really bad. And I think it was at that stage. But yeah, so I noticed it. And I mean, you guys already know a lot of the story, I think. But I called over the nice waitress. She was really nice. Nice attitude, generally. But I was like, sorry. Hey, here, is this mold? Could it be mold? And she stands like diagonally across me, like 1.5 steps away from me. She slightly leans in, but she doesn't even come closer. She doesn't even come on the level of the food. I will say, from her distance, it might have looked like some roasty situation. She really should have looked closer. But from her impression, okay, I can get how she might have not realized what it really is. But she was like, no, this is, you know, because we toast the bread. It's like roasted. But, I mean, then she said that. I was like, oh, okay. And she left. I was like, I was still sussing it out. I was inspecting the bread. I was like ripping it apart, looking inside. And this was on the outer side, but I think I found like, I think this was like a part on the inside that I found. And I mean, I thought I was going crazy because she said, no, it's just roasted. I'm like, this is not roasted. Because I mean, that's not what it looks like when it doesn't like grow away from the bread. That's how I kept on explaining it to the chefs afterwards. But like, it doesn't, it's more surface, like, surface level, like, there's no dimension to it when it's just roasted. Like, 明らかにそうだよな. Like, look how it's floating. Bruh? No, it doesn't end up like that. And you think I'm fucking insane? Why would it be like, bro? Why would it be just on this one edge anyway? On the part that is cut and not roasted, that's a cut part. You know what I mean, right? Yeah. So, but I felt pressured that like, you know, I don't want to make problems and I don't want to waste food. And she already, like, in a way insisted that it's not mold. So I thought I would be annoying if I insisted for her to change the food that she had just brought out for me. I mean, you guys will be like, just do it. But like in the atmosphere and the vibe that was there, it was a friendly vibe. And I didn't want to be annoying. And she said it's not mold. I was really highly doubting it. But the one bite I took from the right side bread was like fine, because everything else, like the tomatoes and the sauce, the like balsamic vinegar, whatever, and the pastrami, everything was tasting so good that I could not really like figure out how bad the bread was really, you know, most of the time. But while I'm eating, I'm like taking it apart, I'm like ripping the bread apart, and I'm like, fuck, I don't know, man. But it's kind of, the toppings are so delicious, and I'm hungry. I don't know, she made me doubt myself. And at that point, I had already like eaten some of it, so I was like, well, might as well, right? Finish it. Bro, this is being so... I'm just touching a tissue. Oh my god, that hurts. Why is that so loud? You wanted to say this looks so good until you saw it. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Did you miss the mold situation on Twitter? Sorry, phlegm is coming up. Ah. So boosted, bro. You don't use Twitter. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, some of you guys exist, huh? Non-Twitter using people. Crazy. I update so much on Twitter. I use it so much. The mold phlegm. No, I'm fine. I generally have phlegm here and there. But so yeah, I ate basically everything except these two, this and that. The rest I ate cleanly. And while I was taking these pictures, I was so sneaky about it because I didn't want to like give the impression that I don't believe her, you know what I mean? I didn't want her to think that I'm doubting her. So I was like really quickly when she was looking away, I was like taking quick pictures stealthily just so I can later look at it and confirm what the fuck I just ate. Because I was so sure. I was so sure. I don't know why I still ate it. Like, of course it's kind of on me too, but I think they shouldn't serve fucking moldy bread, and she should have checked more closely. That was her job, and to inspect it closely. When I raised that doubt, I felt dismissed and gaslit. I really felt gaslit. I mean, I'm still dumb for, like, kind of dumb for eating it. But I felt so gaslit. And I'm like very polite, I guess, so I didn't want to waste it, and I was hungry. I feel the one thing I feel really bad about is like, I mean, I wonder what like if they scolded her a lot. I hope they didn't fire her. I doubt they would fire her, but I saw her 2 days later. No, 1 day later. I saw her working. I mean, you would probably still work the next day, but I don't know. You can't just kick her out of the island immediately. But I don't want to, like, you know, ruin her job, and I didn't want her to be scolded. That feels like shit. Obviously, people make mistakes, you know, but I mean, I didn't want to eat mold. That really sucks. Like, while I was eating it, it wasn't like too bad, right? But like thinking back on it, the fact that I ate mold, just even the thought fucks me up. It's so disgusting. But yeah, so for people who don't know, I guess I'll happily tell the story again. But so after I ate this, I was like, I didn't immediately inspect these photos closely. What did I do? I changed rooms. I think that's what I did. So I was like a little bit busy. I changed rooms, and then I listened to the audiobook a little bit. I did this and that until I remembered, wait a second, like changing the rooms, because I changed into a smaller villa for the remaining. This was on the day the girls left. They left in the morning, and then, you know, I packed, and then I did my parasailing, and then I had the moldy bread, and then I changed the rooms, and that kept me so busy. The changing of rooms kept me so busy that I forgot about it. And then, like 3 hours later, I look at the pictures again, and I'm like, and I post them on Twitter, and all of you guys are like, yeah, that's mold. And I'm like, I fucking knew it. I just needed people to confirm this for me because I'm being gaslit. I thought I was going insane. And then when you guys wrote that to me, I like kind of had this dramatic reaction. I don't know why, but I started crying. And I was like, not hyperventilating, but I was like having a moment. I was like, no, I was like so dramatic about it. I was like, I don't know. It stressed me out, I think. Like, the fact that I was being gaslit stressed me out the most. Like, I was pretty confident about it. But I was also like really worried that this would ruin my last day. The following day would have been the last one, and I didn't want my last day to be ruined if I had a bad reaction to it. So that part made me really worried, and just the part of like being gaslit, it did something to me, especially with like me traveling alone or just living on my own. Whenever there's a situation where I'm being taken advantage of or I'm being gaslit, it's really upsetting to me. Like, it happens quite often, right? And this was another of these cases, and the moment I'm being left alone and the girls are gone, something like this happens, and I just felt so helpless. It's not something so dramatic. Like, I don't want to be so dramatic about it. I lived, bitch, of course, but it still kind of fucking sucks because it's the principle of it. So it hit me. It really upset me. And thinking about the fact that I ate mold really disgusted me. So it was actually already dinner time, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get ready now. I'm not even that hungry yet. This might have been like a placebo effect, but I was actually like feeling, I don't think it was placebo. I was feeling a little bit sick. Not so sick that I would throw up. And I know immune system can handle this amount of mold, apparently so. And I had a pretty strengthened immune system at the time. But I was feeling a little bit sick. I think I deserve to feel a little bit sick. So, yeah. So I was like, I can't have this. Because at that point, I had already had so many other issues with like air conditioning and other things that upset me about this resort. Also the pricing of things. That dampened my experience. And this was the nail in the coffin. So I put on my cutest dress to be cute when I'm angry, so that they take me seriously instead of being in like rags. I wanted to make this like, I don't know, impression of a businesswoman or whatever. I have this one dress with me that was like a really stylish business casual vibe, but it has these cuts around the waist, so you can kind of see the waist. It's like super stylish, but it's like kind of a dress length, short dress length blazer with no sleeves and these cuts in the waist. It's just like cute and stylish and like slay. So I hadn't worn that yet and on the trip, so I was like, today's the day. And I quickly did like really rough my makeup because I didn't want to look ugly. I thought I think there's like this there's pretty privilege is a thing. Well, sometimes people will take you less serious when you're pretty, but at the same time, it can also be the other way around. So I thought I need to look good, right? Yeah. So I was really upset, but I quickly did my makeup, quickly did my hair, put on some nice clothes. I was like, I'm going now. I am complaining. they will not fucking gaslight me. This is fucking mold. Hundreds of people on Twitter are telling me it's mold. It's not acceptable. I was like hyping myself up while also being like shaking. Yeah. So I, without really planning on eating, because I was a little bit upset stomach-wise and mentally too, I really didn't feel mentally in the place to be eating surrounded by like 100 people in the buffet. So anyway, I went there and I thought what I wanted to do first is the one chef that was like literally cooking pasta for me every day. I think he really likes me. So I thought I will just, maybe he will honestly, sincerely confirm to me what it is. Like, I thought I first want a chef to give me his opinion. So I thought I'm just gonna go to that guy. He will surely like say something, right? So I go to him and he's like, "How are you?" And I'm like, "Not so good. I think you guys food poisoned me." Great starter. And he's like, "What happened?" And I'm like, "Well, look at these pictures." And I show him these pictures. He's like, "Oh, I mean, this is mold. I ordered this for lunch at this restaurant, and yeah, I actually feel a little bit sick right now." So, yeah, I think this is mold. And he's like, "Oh," and he's like, "Come with me." And he brings me to the sous chef immediately. He's like rushing out of his position over to the sous chef. And I was grateful for that. But what then ensued is like 4 chefs standing around me, all assessing the pictures and trying to, again, fucking gaslight me. They're trying to save... So what I'm wondering, did they really not believe me? Or were they pretending to not believe me? For me, the most important part is just that they fucking believe me. That was making me so anxious. And I felt like obviously, like, I'm shaking right now a little bit. Holy shit. Like, it feels like they're the chef, so I can't really... Oh, I'm shaking. I can't really convince them. They're the chefs. Like, if they say that's not mold, then I have to take it as it is. Right? Because, like, I mean, even though I know it's not, but, like, what can I say? What can I argue? They're the chefs. Oh, God, I'm shaking. Oh. Yeah, I don't like this. I didn't like it in the moment either. Like, it was really bad. So that was fucking me up, but I was zooming in as much as I could. I was so glad I had these pictures. If I didn't have these pictures, they would not take me seriously. I'm shaking. Yeah, but even though they were pretending to not believe me, and at that point I wasn't sure, maybe they weren't pretending. I felt so stupid. It made me feel so stupid. I don't want to feel stupid like that. But they were like, the sous chef, like, I don't know where the head chef even came from, who told him. But suddenly, like, pretty quickly, the head chef also came. So it was like 2 normal chefs, and then the sous chef and the head chef, they were also running me. And the head chef, he only looked at the picture for 1 second, and he immediately, like, he was apologizing very, very politely. By the way, he looked so badass, like a Yakuza guy. I don't know, it was kind of crazy. He was the only one wearing, like, a black chef outfit, and he was like, I don't know. He had this Yakuza aura. It intimidated me too, fuck. So I'm scared. It's gonna kill me. No, not at all. He was so nice though. Like, he was really professionally apologizing in a he was saying good words, although he was again not confirming what I was seeing and what I thought I was seeing, it's like, you know, it's like one of those I'm sorry you felt that way kind of moments. Yeah, later I realized they probably don't want to admit it because of like legal implications if I wanted to sue them, but bro, I'm not gonna go for the trouble of suing you guys. I'm lazy, and that sounds very troublesome. It's not. Oh, Smoothie and Chunky are hitting each other. Cute. Yeah, they don't know that. Yeah, but like, I mean, it's so extra. I wouldn't do that. That's so annoying. But later I realized that. But at the time, I was really like freaking out because I was like going insane. I was like, am I wrong? I'm explaining, I'm showing, this is obviously mole, but they don't think so. Oh my god, am I going crazy? Am I stupid? Is this no mole? What the fuck? What if I'm wrong? But thousands of people on Twitter so far have been replying to me that it's mole. Doubting myself, I'm being gaslit so hard. So anyway, they had me sit down. I actually, before I left to go to the restaurant, I had messaged my butler. Because like all these people, like they use WhatsApp and they want you like to add you on WhatsApp so you can like communicate with your butler and everything. So I was like, can you meet me later at dinner? I have something to talk about. I was like so serious. So after I had talked to all the chefs and they were like, we will cook anything you want for you for dinner. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't feel like eating right now. My tummy's a little bit upset. At that point, I was like I was just like, I'm gonna use this opportunity to not have to eat here, but get room service. Because room service was really overpriced too. But I thought, I'm alone now. It's awkward to sit alone and have dinner. So I'm gonna use this opportunity to have room service. So I was like, a little bit later, when I feel a little bit better, because my tummy's a little bit upset now, I will let you guys know, and then if it's okay, I will order room service then. They're like, yeah, of course, anything you want. From any menu, and even outside of any of the menus of all the restaurants we have, order anything you like. I was like, oh, like I genuinely was craving potato cream soup. Partially because I thought it's like calming and soothing to me mentally and physically. Also, I just wanted potato cream soup. So I was like, yeah, I don't know, like my tummy's so upset, I think I just need something soothing like a potato cream soup. It's not on the menu, are you sure you guys can make it? That was a sick potato cream soup that I got. That was really good comfort food. I got that and like a huge steak. With some veggies, roasted veggies. Did I show you guys a picture? I didn't, right? Why do I feel like I showed you guys? I told you on the Twitter. I was doing another Twitter space at the time. That reminds me, this whole time, like, I never really showed you the dessert that had the hair in it. Did I take a picture of the dinner? No, I didn't even take a picture of the dinner. But you know, I had steak and veggies and the potato soup. Yeah, but like, I mean, I'm not that kind of crazy person. If there's a hair in my soup or wherever, I wouldn't say anything. But and I didn't bring it up to the chefs in the end at all. I was so distracted by the gaslighting. And it didn't even matter when the main topic is mold. The tiny hair doesn't matter. And the dessert was actually delicious. But it had an eyebrow hair. And I'm specific about that, but this was delicious. It was like strawberries with some cream, some interesting sauce drizzled on top of it. Not sure what it was. And this like sugary, hardened sugary stuff. In there, quite deep in there, I found an eyebrow hair. Yep. It was not an eyelash, it was an eyebrow hair. Yeah, I thought it was funny after the mold. Like, it's almost a bingo. If I ordered a third thing, maybe I would have found something wrong with it. But I had only ordered 2 things, so I didn't care that much about the eyebrow. I just removed it and continued to eat. It's whatever, it happens. That's facial hair. Hard to prevent facial hair sometimes from dropping, I guess. How could you tell it was an eyebrow? Because of the length and the curve. I don't know, it was just screaming eyebrow to me. I don't think it was eyelash. And it was also not beard because it didn't have the thickness that I would, or the curliness of a beard hair, I think. Trust me, stop gaslighting me. I've already been gaslit plenty by the mold situation. Yeah, this was delicious though. So after I talked to the chefs, I was like, I'm not gonna go back right away. I was gonna talk to my butler, so I'm gonna sit down over there. Oh, and because somebody on Twitter was like, you should, if you ate mold, in order to, I guess, strengthen your immune system, drink lots of orange juice, like get vitamin C in. So I got a free freshly pressed orange juice, of course, while I was waiting for the butler. And yeah, then the butler came, and he's like, I'm like sitting at this like low chair, and he's like towering over me. I'm like, yeah, we have to talk about something. I need you to maybe sit down so we can talk. And he's like, no, I'm okay. I'm like, yeah, but like I would feel more comfortable if you sat down, because yeah, it's kind of awkward. He's like, no, I can't. I'm like, oh, but really? And he's like, no, we're not allowed to. I'm like, okay. Can you at least come closer? So I tell him, I thought I was doing way better at talking to him than talking to the chefs. The chefs were so fucking intimidating. They were swarming me. But I was a little bit more collected when I talked to the butler. I was like, so you already know that we had a lot of issues with the air conditioning not working several days in a row after several times getting it checked out. And again, by the way, being gaslit by the engineers too, who are like, it's okay now, then they leave and it was still fucking hot the whole night. But yeah, I repeated to remind him all the issues that were there so far, and then told him he didn't hear about it yet. Told him about the mold. And I was like, you know, of course I have to play it up a little bit. But I was also really upset about it. But I played it up a little. I was like, I really think this is not okay. You know, there were so many things already, but this is really I really tried so hard to enjoy this vacation and only see the positive things and just put the negative things aside. You know, I work so hard and I don't get many vacations. I told him that. I don't. And I was like, this is really special to me, and I really wanted to enjoy it. And all of you guys are so great. Really, there's so many people who go above and beyond. And then I even mentioned some staff by name, that go above and beyond, to let him know that I'm like on a personal level with these people, and I'm a good guest, because I even remember the names of these people. They're like not just, you know, staff to me. They're humans to me. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, this person, you know, was really nice, and this person was really nice, and all of you are so nice, and it's these are the positive things, and I think that you guys are doing an awesome job, and blah blah blah. But I feel a little bit sick right now. I think I ate mold, and yeah. She didn't look closely, blah, blah, blah. I explained everything, and he's like taking it really seriously. But at this time, he already kneeled down, listening to me. Yeah, and he apologized pretty well too. Once again, I mean, he didn't confirm anything. He told me to send him the pictures, so he can send it to his superiors and all that. I think behind the scenes they had quite a lot of talks shared among the staff, and yeah, I was hoping that he would get the hint and comp some more stuff, but in the end, really, all I got was like, I mean, I already had free dinner in theory by having full board. So all I really got was 2 nights in a row custom cooked food that wasn't on the menu. And 1 free mocktail. I don't know. I feel like they should have comped the massage. Had nothing to do with it, right? But if you want to comp something, comp something. Especially like with all the other stuff also happening, the AC. I was so tolerant about that shit. No, I was getting pretty mad though, cause like the stay in total, I mean, we split it between 4, but it was 20 okay, maybe 19,000 US dollars for 5 nights. This is without my solo 2 nights. So I think I deserve like a little bit of a refund or something for the AC not working 3 days, 2 nights in a row. Like, that was really bothering us. We couldn't sleep. Like, we woke up in the middle of the night, and the only room where the AC worked was the big living room. So Daden eventually slept in the living room, and I just opened my door to my room trying to get the air in, but I was up, like, I was like really tired, so I did fall asleep. But then at 2 a.m. I was up all the way until like 5 a.m. or so. I just couldn't sleep, and I don't know. That's not okay. That's not okay. And that was after trying to get the engineers to fix it. Pity you couldn't pull the influencer card. They'd have panicked like mad. Oh, if they knew. If they knew I'm putting them on blast this whole time. It might have been more like 18k. Something like that. Split by 4, and it's a total for all the nights, and then that includes all the food. What the fuck? That sounds so crazy. You sound different, IRL. Smoothie, hello. Both cats are on the table. What did you think? I said it's split between 4. Of course it's not per night. Why does she sound so different without my headphones? Yeah, per person, like 4.75k for such a luxurious villa. I think that's is okay. Like, as I said before, we could have done it cheaper if we got 2 1 bed overwater villas versus the family villa. The family villa was a little bit more expensive, but I thought it was worth it because of the separate rooms. Please tell Katos I love them. I tell them all the time that I love them. They don't really understand me. If I would tell them anything, you say. How would I compare this? Yeah, so there's things that were better there and things that were worse. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I never go back to the same resort anyway, so, you know, it's like whatever, but where's this picture? There. I don't know. The fact that all the extra things are so overpriced really makes me not want to recommend it. It's not as overpriced in other places. I was talking to this couple that was sitting next to me on the flight back. I was comparing prices, and like bro, they paid like a fourth. Like the prices that they had for the same kind of things, like a massage or an activity, was like a fourth or a fifth of what I paid. So it's not so much the peak season, yeah, making things more pricey. This feels like the worst one. No. I mean, like I said, there's good things and bad things. I wouldn't say like, I'm not coming out of this saying this was the worst one. Like, I think experience-wise, it was maybe even the most fun because like us four, we had so much fun. It was very special. Yeah, it's hard. Like the human aspect of it was really good. The time, the memories that we made together, and the staff was insanely nice and good. I had so many pleasant encounters and conversations. The weather was, by the way, insane, but like that, of course, again, has nothing to do with the quality of the resort itself. We was really lucky. I was so lucky. Like the last time I was there in peak season, it still stormed, still rained here and there. This time, on the day of my arrival, before I even landed on the island, there was quite a strong rain. So I didn't really get affected by it. And then on the day the girls left, in the evening, during a time that really didn't bother me because I was gonna only be inside anyway. It was like while I was like taking a shower or so. Only then there was a short raining session for like 20 minutes. And that was it. The weather was fire this time. Yeah. The room was great, besides the internet and the AC problem. There was like, just personally, it annoyed me that every time I asked for something, like a housekeeping kind of thing, like I don't know, let's say a dental kit or towels or generally room cleaning or call for an engineer, like everything I would ask for, it would take ages. One time I asked for band-aids. My feet were getting fucked up. One time I asked for band-aids, I was actively bleeding. Because this time, mostly it was blisters, but this one time I hit myself on the corals slightly. It wasn't hurting really, but it was just dramatically bleeding, even though it wasn't a big wound, but whatever. I was bleeding. So I was like, can you guys please bring me band-aids? 20 minutes later, or like more like 30 minutes later, nothing. I call again. Hey, I asked for band. I even like wait a long time before I ask again and remind them. So 30 minutes later, I asked for band-aids again. They're like, okay, sorry, we're checking and I'll remind them. Then I think it took another 30 minutes. Still nobody there. I call again. I'm like, sorry, I kind of have to go soon. And there's still no band-aids. I think I waited 1.5 hours for it. And I waited so long for everything, and I wasted so much time waiting. The one time, like, when I first called... Oh no, the second time. After a sleepless night for all of us, except Roboko-senpai, somehow she was not affected by it. Because of the AC, I was like, okay, I'll get this fixed for real tomorrow. Because before we went to sleep on that one night, the first night I was there alone, the AC worked. Then they arrived. In the evening, I noticed the AC wasn't working, so I called them. They came over after an eternity, checked it. We're like it was really not any airflow coming out of the vents. They did something, and then there was a really weak airflow, but it was not cooling. Not really. So I was like, are you sure this is working now? I'm not sure, but the engineer's like, yeah, it is, and leaves. So I was being gaslit again, but I really thought this is not gonna cool the room. So we tried anyway because we were thinking, okay, we probably just gotta wait it out for it to cool down the room. Then was the sleepless night. So the morning after or the noon after, I call them. The girls are all out doing something. I don't know what. They're by the beach or whatever, having lunch. They went out. Then they were having lunch, and they told me, "Hey, we spontaneously decided to get lunch." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. I'm waiting for the engineer. I don't know, man." So the engineer comes, and I'm missing out, like, because I'm there. I want to make sure it works. I thought I can't leave it to them. So I was there monitoring the situation for over an hour, but they were actually like working quite seriously on it. Like there was like this whole technical room attached to our villa that we normally can't enter, and they were in there forever and going in and out of the villa. They were working on it forever, and eventually I had to leave because I think I had something going on, you know? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna leave this to you guys, okay? And they're like, yes, ma'am. And because they're working so seriously on it, I was sure they were gonna fix it. We come back after dinner in the evening. Of course we want to sleep, and we just expected it to be working now. And I go to Lirika in her room, and I'm like, what do you think? I don't think this is cooling. What do you think? And she's like, oh, I think it's fine. Turns out it was not. I was like, no, Lirika, I'm not sure about this. This doesn't feel cool. And she's like, I think it's okay. But once you get to sleep, you really notice it's bad. Yeah. Ooh, welcome back again, kitty cat. So even after all of that, it still didn't work. So the next day, I again told them, bruh. Then they finally got it to work, but there was so much time wasted on it, and yeah, just rough. Throat tort. Sleeping in the heat is the worst. Yes. And even when they finally did get it to work, it's like saying on the controller it says 18 degrees Celsius, but bro, absolutely not. Like the kind of 18 degrees Celsius I get out of an air conditioner in Japan is a million times colder than what this was creating. And then the hot water was also a problem. I had like 1 warm shower and 6 cold ones, but sometimes I was kind of appreciating it. It wasn't like ice cold. It was just cold. And partially I was like, yeah, I just came out of the water that is roughly the same temperature, just a little bit warmer than this. So I can handle it, and it's somehow refreshing, especially in the beginning when my sunburn was really bad after the first day. After I got that sunburn, I was taking it so seriously with the sunscreen, and it was actually getting better more and more each day because I was taking good care of it. Yeah, so I didn't it was so mendokusai. I was trying to get it fixed, then it didn't really get fixed. And for the water, I just ended up giving up. Yeah, I think in the end, I don't think this hotel, I'm still not gonna say the name. I don't want to, like, you know, but I wouldn't recommend it, sadly. I think, yeah, the experience of this resort, the negatives were unfortunately really outweighing. You don't have to go through this. You can just go to a different one. It wasn't horrible at all. There were still so many good things. But why not go to a resort that doesn't have these issues? You know, Yeah. No rose petals. Yeah, they had like a they had a welcoming fruit basket, and the fruit basket came with some tiny pralines and some free coconut water. Once in the beginning, but they never filled up the bathtub. I think they did that in both of the other resorts I've been to. I think? If I were you, I would ask for a partial refund. Yeah, I really thought at that point I deserved some refund, for real. But, oh well. I'm not a Karen. I was hinting at it strongly several times that it would be appropriate. But yeah, I also think it's hard for them. I actually saw they were working with the same hotel program system as I used to in the past. And just from my experience of working in a hotel, if you book for booking.com, the hotel itself will not really be able to give you refunds on the hotel price, the hotel, what you paid for the hotel room. You'd have to go for booking.com. But yeah, from my experience, yeah, you don't really... We can't really do that. We. Speaking as if I still work in hotels. It's like they can't even... Usually they can't even give you the invoice. They will tell you, this is what we told our guests always. If you want the invoice for your stay that you paid for booking.com, you have to get it for booking.com. Just because there's like fees that show up differently in our system than in their system. And people just don't fucking understand that. They're like, what? I'm sorry, you have to go to booking.com. So that's why I was hoping that they would comp like the massage or the water activity or something. Something, it doesn't matter in the end. But yeah. See, now I feel like I complained a lot, but like I really also had a really good time. Had a really good time and a really bad time, man. Getting eepy. Your complaints were 100% justified. Thank you. I think so too. Well, it was still really good. I still had, yeah, like I said, I was like always focusing on the positives. I still had like a really good time. One thing I will say, by the end of this vacation, I don't know if it is because 7 nights, was it actually 7 nights? Was one night too many, or if the mold debacle was just ruining it for me at the end. I don't know what it was, but by the end of it, I felt so... I don't know, I felt a lack of emotions towards being in the Maldives in the moment. Suddenly I felt so... Yeah, I don't know, like... Like whatever about it. Like I wasn't in my dreamland anymore. The novelty of the Maldives may have worn off. Partially, for sure. I feel like they popped my bubble, my dream bubble, with all this shitty drama. It took off my rose-tinted glasses a little bit. So I was genuinely thinking at the end, maybe I'm good. Maybe I don't need a 4th trip to the Maldives. And I was kind of sad about feeling that. I wish I still felt so. Oh my god, Maldives is the best place in the world. Maybe it will come back to me. I don't want to break up with the Maldives. It's my Maldives. I found fucking paradise there. But at the end, I was so emotionless. I wanted to feel like super thoughtful about leaving. I wanted to be like super sad about leaving, like I normally always was. But I didn't. I was like, yeah, I guess I'll go. Yeah, it's time. I'm gonna go now. Bye-bye. But I do think there might be several factors that led to this feeling. It might not necessarily be that I'm done with Maldives, but maybe it is. I don't know. I won't be able to tell until later on. パラダイスみたいな場所だったんだけどさ、なんか本当に今回いろいろうまくいかなくて、悪い経験もいっぱいしたんですけど、と言いながらもいい経験もいっぱいしまして、本当にちょっと気持ちが混乱してます。But so my current goals, because well, my Instagram algorithm is filled with Bali. Like I've been seeing so many really unique and creatively designed resorts, like little rooms, villas in the middle of like some beautiful greenery on a mountain and stuff in Bali. Like they have so many creative places that are so interesting looking, and then they have so many like destinations to, like, I don't know how, I've never been to Bali, but it seems like they have a million of awesome spots to go to hike to take a trip to within Bali. I don't know if I even would wanna like move around that much, but it's just like aesthetically, like all the Maldives places are kind of the same. So if I want something new and fresh, that's a lot cheaper. And I could go with ID girls easily. I've been thinking it's really time for Bali maybe. And also, one option that I was considering last year is Florida. But I don't know, but vacationing in America just feels so wrong to me. Where the hell did I get that idea from? But yeah, well, Florida has some nice beaches, and I could. I think they have the lionfish problem. The lionfish and the sea urchin problem. I could go help out a little bit. I don't know. Canada, bro. You guys don't have tropical coral reefs. I guess another option that would make a lot of sense is Australia. But Australia is kind of ass to reach from Austria, I think. I don't even know if we have direct flights. The Bahamas, yeah, also good idea. They'll expect tips. True. So, well, I can do all of these. It's just about the order. Mexico. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. No, snowing is not better than beaches. Not for me. I have snow here in Austria. That's not special to me. I love Latinas. Hey, babe, a visit in Australia. You know she ain't in Australia. So, well, I think next step is Bali. Or Florida. But no, that's so ridiculous. That sounds ridiculous. Florida. Wait, Steph, are you in Florida? Do you live in Florida? Well, Florida is on the East Coast at least. Ah, your mom and dad do. Okay, giving this movie some pets. Tourist nightmare. Yeah, well, America just generally is a tourist nightmare. I think right now, like it's... For business, I'm getting all the visa stuff handled, but it sounds really fucking annoying to go there as a tourist too right now, so... I think I'll just continue avoiding it. Yeah, so I'll just go to Bali. Alright, it's settled. Although I did already ask Jean about like, what if I came to Florida? Would you guys go get a diving license with me? But Jean doesn't really want to do like the kind of diving that I want to do anyway, because she feels claustrophobic by it. Yeah. So, Bali! I'm coming! I'm surely I can do a decent priced diving license in Bali. Oh, and the couple, the honeymoon couple that was sitting next to me on the flight back, they actually told me about going to Bali before, and they said, yeah, it's a lot cheaper, and I mean, fish variety is not as much as in the Maldives, but there's a shit ton of sea turtles. You can see a lot of sea turtles. Oh, I should take Rada in. She really wants them turtles. No, ID members. I need to go piss, girl, but I also need to still cook. Yambe. ID and Raden and me. We'll see. GPG. Don't say that. It makes me want to go more. Yeah, I have to think about it. How's the Myth Euro trip coming along? It's not coming along at all, and I think I told you guys this before, but it wasn't gonna be this winter. It was gonna be a lot more time. Maybe next winter. Or next spring. It wasn't gonna be like so soon. And only knowing enough in advance. Cat hair. Corsica and Sardinia. Yeah, I do also want to do more Europe vacations, but I feel like if I do take time for a vacation, I might as well go all out, kind of, but could go on some short stuff. I don't know. I will be once again very busy in the summer as per usual, so I don't think I can add any more travels, and in Europe, vacation is really only feasible in the summertime. So I'm not gonna go to Rimini. It's just exhausting, TBH. Now, you know what I didn't do this whole time? You guys will forgive me for not reading super chats, right? If I show you the other outfit. It's getting late. Wait, did I? I was using the wrong one. Oh, feathers. I don't know how many things are different here, but yeah, I did ask, like, maybe let's have feathers for the model for like just normal streaming purposes, but for the MV I didn't really need it. Sivan? This version of the model, I lose my arms when I take off the jacket. I don't think that should be like that. Sivan, are you in here? It's okay, don't worry about it. But... I think my expressions are a little bit different. In here, I'm not sure. I've been disarmed. Which arm? This arm? Ah, you're here! Look! What the fuck? The older version didn't... Oh my god! What the hell? This is the updated one, I'm pretty sure. Oh well. Oh well. Toggle? Yeah! This is a toggle! Or... Oh, do you mean... It's not the mesh this time? Is it an actual VRM toggle? Oh, it might be. Ha ha. Oh, cause like you've been doing a lot of things with just the meshes for a while, so I thought you'd just been meshing it around. Ah. Oh, was it? Oh. Short. I cut too much. Yeah, my eye shape is kind of different. Like in this one, I'm not sure if I feel like I might like the way it was before in the test model. Oh my god, kind of cute. What the fuck? Nani? Oh, this one's good. Oh, I don't like that face. I don't like that. But this darkness is very good. Very, very good shadow. Why, Sivan? Why? Why? Why am I wrinkled? I don't understand. It's been 84 years. No, I don't want to be old. I don't want to be old. Ah, the blush needs more smoothening. Okay, for this I would maybe make the lower lips need to be bigger, and the cupid shape of the top, I don't know, maybe it could be smoothed out a bit more in general. You should leave the makeup to me. Oh my god, there's a cat face apparently. I do look like a cat. Ah! Teeth, huh? My beloved Freckles! My beloved Freckles. Nice. A mask? Oh, that feels very jinxy. I haven't seen these before. I love I love these eyes. Labo labo. Shukat. Oh, darker. Maybe it was a dark shadow that we had in combination. Sad expression and angry expression. Cute. Okay, but I was actually gonna change to this one. Okay, the lighting in Varudo that I have set is not looking good on this one. It's very yellow. I just can't get the lighting really nice in Varudo.
That is a bit better. What do you think? Is it okay? My arm's back. Yeah, so I think I did. Is this what I did, Sivan? Is this my work? Because I did a lot of the texturing on the hair, on both hairstyles. So the side stuff, we used the front from like the OG model. I need to pee so bad. But yeah, I drew textures to add to the side to give more detail, and all of this I drew. All of this texturing is mio. This outer layer. The inside I didn't do. Wait, is that an old one? Where are the physics? Oh! Order? Right, there's no physics. Oh, right. I didn't even realize. Ha! I think I just picked the one that was... wait. I need to pee. Is this the one? Double check. Yeah, I actually saw that there was this model also in the updated folder from the other one that you sent very recently, so I thought this was probably also an updated version, so I used that one because this one was also in there. Well, no physics. Oh no. Do we have one with physics? Probably that one. Oh, file is an owner's bin. Well, fuck. Fuck. Well, whatever. This is just for showing it a little bit. We'll figure it out. But I really like this outfit. I have like baggy pants that are so stylish. Look. I have a weird stance right now. But, yeah. I really like this. I look like such a hip-hop baddie. Yippee! With the hoops. Looks so cool. The cap. The ponytail. The top, the crop top. The sleeves. Boxing gloves. Oh, I don't know if this one has such toggles. No, the boxing gloves are something that Kanadu added on my request. I'm a K-pop baddie. Yeah, this one was the design that Raura made a while ago, and when we first made it, I was like thinking of, you know, turning it into an outfit eventually, but the plan wasn't immediately to turn it into an MV outfit. Oh, same as the other. Need to pee. Why is everything open like that? Whatever. I have crazy bladder capacity.
On my flight back, 10-hour flight. When I entered the airplane, before I sat down, I used the lavatory one time because I had a window seat, so I thought I should, not trouble them too much. But I got along with them so well, they wouldn't have minded. They were quite, for the most of the time, they were quite awake. But yeah, I went one time at the end, at the beginning, and then at the very, very end, after 9 hours of flight, I went one more time. I didn't even have to. I was like, I could hold it in, but I mean, yeah, the others are standing up. I might as well go. Am I not amazing or what? I'm used to it. I've trained my bladder well. Glad you overall had a good time in the Maldives. While you were there, I was in Japan for the first time. Also had fun despite fracturing my ankle. Oh no. Oh no. I hope it gets better quickly. Hope it didn't hurt too much. Did that happen when you fell from the sky? Angel? Chicken? Haha. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want you guys to misunderstand, because I also told a lot of good things about my trip, and I had a good time. I had so much fun snorkeling. I had so much fun giving fun to others, like Raden, who is obsessed with snorkeling now. And I saw a lot of, beautiful scenery. I think I relaxed. Like, the thing is, like, the moment I leave, the moment I left, the moment I was home, it felt like it never happened. I hate when that happens. It's like, where is that relaxation? Where did paradise go? It's just because of the contrast also being such a whiplash, going from Maldives to Austria. Once you're away from your vacation, it feels like it never happened. Bro! Yeah, that is so funny. She bought like a plushie. She brought like a lot of Pomo Pudding plushies that she always brings along. Like a big one and like a medium-sized one and a small one. But then she also bought a pufferfish plushie in the hotel shop. And she bought it pretty early on, and she asked me what it's called in English. I said pufferfish, and ever since then, the whole vacation, every day, several times, she would be like, pufferfish, 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 pufferfish. I was like, yeah, pufferfish, yeah, that's right, pufferfish. She was saying it so cutely. She kept on repeating it, and then she was like acting out that Pomo Pudding and her pufferfish plushie, they were like fighting and attacking each other. They're not getting along well or so, and Pomo Pudding is like jealous that she got another plushie. Yeah, playing with the plushies like they're Barbies. Yeah, my 15-year-old Raden-chan. But she kept on saying Papa Fish. She was like learning and picking up a lot of English words so quickly, and then she would repeat it a lot of times and remember it quite well and use it as much as she could. It was just like with when I told her super danke. Well, she didn't even tell her. She heard me say it, and then she kept on repeating it. Super danke, super danke. Yeah, she really picks up on things and then doesn't leave her memory. Okay, I really need to pee. I really need to pee. Yeah. I still need to make this weekly schedule. Okay, I will do that after I go, you know where. Hi, it hurts. Tomorrow. Is the collab tomorrow? Maybe. No, wait. Let me check. Okay, no, we can play Enfield tomorrow or something like that, probably. Collab is day after tomorrow. I need to play Enfield. I've barely been doing shit while I was gone. Yeah, okay, I will make a schedule. Okay, and Sharon, we say if he doesn't say it. Thank you for listening to all the yappy. Please stream Ego and the album. Let's go to Wuling. Yeah. Well, and also thank you for once again making this possible to go on vacations like this, to give me awesome sick ass vacations, and for waiting while I couldn't stream. Man, I really wanted to stream. Just fucked up, it didn't work out this time. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for being patient. I appreciate your patience. And thank you for affirming my mold suspicions. At least you confirm my suspicions. At least you do. At least you guys don't gaslight me. At least I have you guys. Go piss girl. There might still be like singular scattered tangents as I can remember them here and there about the Maldives in the future streams, but for now that was most of it. Thank you for watching. Enjoy. Bye bye.